Yeah, we'll need your kid kart drivers. We'll need you on the grid. You have about 4 minutes. Green flag at 8 o'clock. That'll be kid karts. We need you on the grid. Pre-grid, Micromax. Micromax, you are pre-grid. Yeah, we'll need your kid kart drivers. Kid kart drivers now on the grid. Kid karts, you're on the grid. Micromax, you're pre-grid. Micromax drivers, you are pre-grid. Once again, please be sure to have your kart registered in tech before you do take it out on the speedway. Again, it's a reminder, you must have numbers on both side pods, front and back of your kart before you do take it out on the speedway. Also, double check to make sure that your transponder is properly mounted and working as you get set for your first round of practice. Once again, we'll need your kit kart drivers. We'll need you to the grid. Micromax, your pre-grid Micromax. We'll need Micromax drivers. You're now on the grid. That'll be Micromax. You're on the grid. Mini Rock, Mini Max. That'll be Mini Rock, Mini Max. You're now pre-grid. That'll be Mini Rock, Mini Max. You're pre-grid. So once again, Micromax, you're on the grid. Mini Rock, Mini Max, you're pre-grid. Also, please be sure to have your transponder properly mounted and secured. Also, that is working in proper working order. Again, we'll have those requested for practice throughout the day. Once we get timing and scoring set up, we'll get you some times. And again, you can go to racemonitor.com once we do get everything set up for today's practice. But again, Please be sure to have your transponder properly mounted and secured, and it is working order. So kid kart's going to make their way out first to 2 practices. Again, practice schedules are available in the showroom. As we roll into race weekend number 2. Here in our fall-winter series, Sebastian Weldon out there in at number 7. Sebastian picked up the race weekend victory back in September. So just kicking it off early part of our fall-winter series here at the Ocala Grand Prix. And don't forget, go to the live feed here right at the Ocala Grand Prix, ocalagrandprix.com, and you'll be able to follow along with all the audio, video throughout the entire day. That'll include all of our practices, of course, our pre-final and final and qualifying also included that. Of course, you can go back on Monday and to YouTube and follow that on, check out your races. But again, it is a great tool available to all the drivers here at the Ocala Grand Prix. Once again, we'll need your Micromax, you're on the grid, Mini Rock, Mini Max, your pre-grid. And we'll need Mini Rock, Mini Max. You're now pre-grid. That'll be Mini Rock, Mini Max. You are pre-grid. Mini Rock, Mini Max, you're now on grid. That'll be Mini Rock, Mini Max, you're on grid. Senior drivers, Tag and Rotex Senior, you're now pre-grid. Tag, Rotex Senior, you're now pre-grid. We need senior drivers. That'll be tag, senior, Rotex, senior. We need you to the grid. Tag, senior, Rotex, senior to the grid. Tag senior, Rotex senior, you're now on grid. Junior drivers, Rotex junior, tag junior, you're now pre-grid. Bring them up. Tag junior, Rotex junior, you're now pre-grid. Again, don't forget to bring your carts in for registration. Have your cart registered at tech before you take it out on the speedway. Again, we will need your senior drivers, tag and Rotex senior, you're on grid. Junior drivers, you're pre-grid. So you'll need senior drivers, Rotex, senior, tag, senior. We need you on the grid. Tag, junior, Rotex, junior. You're now pre-grid. Tag Senior Rotex Senior, you're on grid. Tag Junior Rotex Junior, your pre-grid. That'll be junior drivers. Tag Junior Rotex Junior, your pre-grid. Need masters, drivers to the grid, masters. Need you to the grid. You will need your junior drivers. You're on grid. Masters, you're pre-grid. Again, we are getting some rain coming through the area. It is driver's choice as far as tires. It is driver's choice on tires. As we are seeing a little bit of rain coming through the area, looks like it should be a brief shower. But again, currently a little bit of rain. Track is starting to dampen up, but it is driver's choice on tires. Yeah, we'll need your Masters drivers. We'll need you to the grid. Once again, they are expecting some heavy rain to come through the area. And take a look at the radar. It doesn't look like it's a huge cell, but we are expecting some heavy rain here coming up in the next few minutes. But it will be driver's choice on tires. Driver's choice on tires. Once again, we'll need your junior drivers, tag junior Rotex, you're on the grid. Masters, you're pre-grid. Rotex junior, tag junior, you're on grid. Masters, you're pre-grid. It is driver's option. So again, the track is obviously getting very wet, so we will go to rain tires. So again, we will go to rain tires, and we'll keep an eye on that radar. Hopefully there will not be a large cell to stay with us for any long amount of time. So hopefully it'll clear up here shortly. But again, we'll be on rain tires and starting to see some puddles around the track. So again, we are on rain tires, currently on rain tires here as we work through the first round of our practice this morning. So we'll get set for your junior drivers. Again, junior drivers, you'll be up next. You have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes, junior drivers. Masters, your pre-grid. Masters, your pre-grid. And we'll need junior drivers, you're on grid. Junior drivers, you're on grid. Masters, your pre-grid. Masters, your pre-grid. You'll need your junior drivers. That's Rotex Tag Junior drivers. You're on grid. Masters, your pre-grid masters. You are pre-grid. So track is hot. Again, we are on rain tires. Tag Junior, Rotex Junior track is hot. You're now on track. We'll need masters. You're now on grid. Clone drivers, you're pre-grid. So we'll need masters. You're on grid. Clone drivers, you're now pre-grid. We need Masters. You're now on grid. Masters drivers, you're on grid. Clone Junior and Clone Senior drivers, you're now pre-grid. That'll be Clone drivers. You're now pre-grid. Masters, you're on grid. Masters drivers, now you are on track. Again, that is Masters, you're on the clock. Masters drivers, you're on the clock. Clone Junior, Senior, you are now on grid. Rotex, Club Kart drivers, you're pre-grid. So once again, Masters, you're now on the clock. Clone Junior, Senior drivers, you're on grid. Rotex, Club Karts, you're pre-grid. Need clone junior and senior drivers. You're on grid. You're up next. We'll need Rotex Club Kart drivers. Your pre-grid. That'll be Rotex Club Kart drivers. Your pre-grid. Rotex Club Kart drivers, you're now on grid. Shifters, your pre-grid. That'll be Rotex Club Karts. You're now on grid. Shifters, you are pre-grid. Track is hot for your clone, junior, and senior drivers. Track is now hot. Clone, junior, and senior. Once again, clone junior, senior drivers, you're now on grid, or you're on track. Rotex Club Kart drivers, you need to get your gear. You are up next. You're on grid. I need your attention in the pits. Rotex Club Kart drivers, you're on grid. You're next. You need to get your gear. Again, you have a couple minutes. That'll be Rotex Club Kart drivers. You're on grid. You need to get your equipment. Shifters, your pre-grid. Shifters, your pre-grid. Once again, Rotex Club Cart drivers, you're on grid. We need you on grid with your gear. That'll be Rotex Club Cart drivers, you're on grid. Shifters, your pre-grid. Shifter drivers, your pre-grid. Again, getting a look at the radar. Looks like this rain should clear out here in the next few minutes. Looks like it has subsided. And again, looks like we should be in good shape the remainder of the day. They did call for a slight chance of showers, and we certainly got it here this morning. So again, it looks like things should clear up as we work our way through our second round of practice. And again, we will have mandatory drivers meeting. Don't forget that will be mandatory drivers meeting this morning. All drivers must attend the drivers meeting. Rotex Club Cart drivers, you're on grid. Shifters, you're pre-grid. Need shifter drivers, you're on grid. Shifters, you're on grid. Kid carts, your pre-grid. Kid carts, your pre-grid round number 2. Grid round number 2, kid carts, your pre-grid. Again, don't forget to go to racemonitor.com. That's race-monitor.com. And you can follow along throughout the day with all of our timing and scoring. Race-monitor.com is now up and running. Be able to follow your speeds. Again, extremely important. Be sure that your transponder is properly mounted and secured. And again, that it is in working order. Again, you want to make sure it is in working order. You'll be able to follow on throughout the day with your timing and scoring. Again, we'll need kid carts, your pre-grid. Need Justin to timing and scoring. Justin, we need you in timing and scoring. Again, kid carts, you're on pre-grid. Again, kid carts, you are pre-grid. Shifters, you're on grid. You're up next. Shifters, you're next. Need kid carts are now on grid. Kid carts are on grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. We'll need kid carts. You're now on grid. Micromax, your pre-grid, round number 2. Kid carts, you're on grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. Need Micromax, you're now on grid. Minimax, Mini Rock, your pre-grid. We'll need Micromax, on grid, Mini Rock, Minimax, your pre-grid, round number 2. Need Mini-Max, Mini-Rock, you're on grid. Mini-Max, Mini-Rock, you're on grid. Tag Senior, Rotex Junior, Tag Junior drivers, you are pre-grid. Once again, it'll be Tag Senior, Tag Junior, Rotex Junior. You'll run together for your practice. You're now pre-grid. Need Mini Rock, Mini Max, you're now on grid. Mini Max, Mini Rock, you're on grid. Rotex, Tag Junior, and Tag Senior Driver, you're now pre-grid. That's Tag Senior Driver, Rotex, and Tag Junior, you're pre-grid. Okay, it'll be Mini Rock, Mini Max, you're on grid, pre-grid. Tag Senior Driver, Rotex, and Tag Junior Drivers, you're pre-grid. Need tag senior driver, Rotex, tag junior drivers. You're now on grid. That'll be tag senior driver, Rotex, tag junior drivers. You are now on grid. Masters, your pre-grid. Masters drivers, your pre-grid. Masters, your pre-grid. Yeah, we'll need Rotex, Junior, Tag Junior, and our Tag Senior driver. You're on grid. Masters drivers, you're pre-grid. Again, getting a quick check on the condition of the track. Still some standing water throughout some of the areas on the north end of the track. And, of course, track still is quite wet. So, again, we'll continue to run on rains. But as the conditions do change, we'll definitely keep you updated. But we currently are on rain tires. Again, Masters drivers, your pre-grid. Masters, your pre-grid. So I'll get you updated on the track conditions. Again, your Tag Junior, Rotex Junior drivers, you will be on rain tires. And then after, it will be driver's choice. It'll be driver's choice as the track is coming in. So once again, Tag Junior, Rotex Junior drivers, it is rain tires. Masters on down, it'll be driver's choice. So once again, it'll be Tag Junior, Rotex Junior drivers. You will be on rain tires. Masters on back. Remaining classes, Masters, Clone, Rotex, Club Carts, and Shifters, you are under driver's choice. So once again, Shifters, Rotex, Club Carts, Clone drivers, and Masters, you are under driver's choice. Again, driver's choice for tires. Masters drivers, you're on grid. Clone Junior Senior drivers, you're pre-grid. Again, those drivers, it is driver's option. Driver's options for tires. Again, Masters and your Clone drivers and Shifter drivers. It is driver's option. Need Masters drivers, you're on grid. It'll be Masters. Clone Junior Senior drivers, your pre-grid. Again, it is driver's option. Current under driver's options as far as tires. But again, we'll need Masters, you're on grid. Clone Junior Senior drivers, your pre-grid. We'll need Clone Junior, Clone Senior drivers. You're now on grid. Rotex Club Carts. Rotex Club Cart drivers, your pre-grid. We'll need you to the grid. Rotex Club Cart drivers, you're now pre-grid. Need clone, junior, and senior drivers. You're now on grid. We need all Rotax Club Kart drivers to the grid. Your pre-grid. Rotax Club Kart drivers. Your pre-grid. Need you to the grid. Rotax Club Kart drivers. Need you to the grid. Need road techs, club cart drivers, you're on grid. Shifters, you're pre-grid. Shifters, you're pre-grid. Need Rotex Club Cart drivers, Rotex Club Cart drivers. We need you on grid. Shifters, your pre-grid. Shifters, your pre-grid. Need shifter drivers. That'll be shifters. You're now on grid. Shifters, you're on grid. Again, we'll have our mandatory drivers meeting approximately at 11:40. Again, we're shooting for 11:40. This will take place in the grid area. All drivers must attend the drivers meeting. Again, that is approximately 11:40. We'll get set with qualifying at 12 noon. At 12 noon, we'll start with our qualifying with our kid cards. Again, race day schedules are available in the showroom. Again, if you'd like to pick one up, they're available in the showroom. So once again, mandatory drivers meeting, 11:40. You'll need shifters. You're up next. Last group will be your shifters. Again, we'll have a mandatory drivers meeting. All drivers must attend a drivers meeting. This will take place at 11:40. In the grid area, all drivers must attend the drivers meeting. This will be at 11:40. Once again, reminder, coming up at 11:40, mandatory drivers meeting. All drivers must attend the drivers meeting. This will take place in the grid area. There will be roll call. So once again, We'll have mandatory drivers meeting. All drivers must attend the drivers meeting at 11:40 in the grid area. We'll get started with qualifying at 12 noon. Qualifying sessions, as always, are 5 minutes. Kid karts, you'll be 12 noon, green flag for your qualifying. Race day schedules are available in the showroom. If you'd like to pick one up, they are available in the showroom. Also, if you're in need of fuel throughout the day, that is located at the entrance to the showroom. Again, that is where your fuel is located, right to the entrance of the front showroom area. So once again, you are encouraged to pick up a race day schedule. They are available in the showroom. 11:40, it'll be 11:40, mandatory drivers meeting. So that'll wrap it up, our final round of practice in the books. Again, we'll get set for our drivers meeting. We'll have all drivers to the grid area 11:40. That'll be 11:40. We'll need all drivers to the grid area 11:40. Don't forget to pick up your race day schedule. They are available in the showroom. If you'd like to pick one up, they are available in the showroom. So again, we'll get set. We'll need all drivers to the grid area 11:40. We'll start with our drivers meeting. Again, be 11:40. You'll have 5 minutes. Again, we'll need all drivers to the grid area for mandatory drivers meeting. You have 5 minutes. Be last call, all drivers to the grid area for mandatory drivers meeting. So again, we'll get set with our qualifying. Qualifying laps are 5 minutes. Each class will get 5 minutes on the track. We will get started with your kid carts. So again, we'll need your kid carts. Have about a minute or so. We'll get you ready to go. Rotex Club Carts. Rotex Club Cart drivers, you are now pre-grid. We'll need all Rotex Club Cart drivers to the grid. Rotex Club Cart drivers, we need you to the grid. You're pre-grid. Once again, please be sure to pick up your race day schedule. They are available in the showroom. As again, we'll get set with your kid carts. Rotex Club Cart drivers, you're now pre-grid. Mini Rock, you can bring them up. Mini Rock, bring them up for your qualifying. Mini Rock. So we'll get set to bring them out. Your kid cart. Checking out the points. Race weekend number 2. The 7 of Sebastian Weldon coming off a win back in September. Ricky Case making a podium appearance. Ricky finishing 2nd. Jorge Ortiz finishing 3rd. Carson Walters 4th. Samuel 5th. Melina Brickner 6th. As we roll in the race weekend number 2. So just underway here. Race weekend number 2. Ocala Grand Prix. Your fall winter series. Your kid cart drivers making their way out. 8 drivers signed in. Sebastian Weldon in the 7. Ricky Case in the 75. Carson Walters in the 55. Tom Shoecraft the 3rd in the 29. Ortiz in the number 5. Melina Brickner in the 59. Samuel Igwin in the number 8. Corbin Polhill in the number 11. So 8 drivers ready to roll as they'll cycle around for the first lap. 5-minute session. Sebastian Weldon in the number 7. Sebastian will head to the top part of that oval. And he'll work down the front stretch. Your winner so far, Sebastian Weldon. He'll come down the front stretch. He'll trip that timing and scoring loop, and he'll bring it around. And Sebastian, 47.507, going back to last month. These drivers had both ran in the rain and on dry, so had a little bit of a switch on them last week or last month. Jorge Ortiz now with a 46.956. That'll put Ortiz on the top spot. Samuel Igwa 2nd. Samuel 47.254. Sebastian 3rd. Carson Walters 4th. Melina Brickner 5th. Shoecraft 6th. Ricky Case 7th. Corbin Polhill will be in that 8th position. So just underway, qualifying again. I want to welcome those joining us on the Ocala Grand Prix live feed. No matter where you're at around the state, around the country, around the world, hopefully you're having a great weekend as we're working on race weekend number 2, Ocala Grand Prix, our fall winter series. Got a lot of great racing coming your way with your kid carts. Rotex Club Carts, Mini Rock. We'll get into our Tag Junior drivers, Micro Rock Shifters, Local Option Junior Senior drivers, Masters. So a lot of racing coming your way as we're just underway with qualifying. Kid carts making their way around, about 2 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Jorge Ortiz quick time, 44.999. That is overall quick time. Sebastian Weldon currently 2nd, 45.095. Samuel 3rd, Carson Walters 4th, Tom Shoecraft 5th. Melina Brickner running in that 6th position. Corbin Pohill will be 7th. Ricky Case 8th. And all qualifying 5-minute sessions. It's working on our first group to qualify your kid karts. And we're just at 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes to go. Ortiz overall quick time 44.085. He's got a full second on Sebastian Weldon. Just a little over a full second. Here comes Sebastian. Club kart drivers, we need you on the grid. Mini Rock, your pre-grid. Mini Rock, your pre-grid. Mini Rock drivers, your pre-grid. So, minute 30 to go. Ortiz, your leader. Weldon running second. Samuel Igwa third. Walters fourth. Shoecraft fifth. Brickner sixth. Pohill is 7th. Ricky Case 8th. Ortiz with a 44.085. Jorge's been pretty well in that 44-second bracket. 44.085. Sebastian Weldon, 44.694. Your current points leader. Our first winner of the Fall-Winter Series, the 7 of Sebastian Weldon. Well, Sebastian just kicked it up, 44.694. Still second for Sebastian. As we're closing in on 30 seconds to go. 30 seconds to go. Overall quick time going to Ortiz, 44.085. The 5 of Ortiz. Again, Sebastian has been picking up the pace. We'll see if he's got enough to come around and get onto that pole position. Sebastian across the line and was unable to pick up any pace. So Sebastian currently into that second position. Boy, Carson Walters, great qualifying for Carson Walters. Third, 45.739 for the 55 of Carson Walters. And Ortiz will pour a little salt on the wound. 43.560 for Ortiz. So Ortiz with a 1.1 second quicker than Sebastian Weldon. Again, the last 3 times that Ortiz has come around has actually gotten quicker. That could be a little scary for the rest of the field. There's Sebastian Weldon. One more shot at that pole position. Not going to be able to get it. So checker flag waving, field coming around. Corbin Pohill crossing the line with a 50.991. So Corbin picked it up here in that final lap. So here's your rundown. Ortiz will pick up the pole, 43.560. Sebastian second, Carson third, Samuel fourth, Tom Shoecraft the third, fifth, Melina Brickner sixth. Corbin will be 7th, Ricky Case 8th. So there it is. Qualifying underway for your kid karts. Man, talking about competitive, these youngsters, big difference coming from the spring-summer series as they continue to progressively get better. So Rotex Club Karts going to make their way out. Pretty good field of drivers. Not a huge crowd last time, but had some very competitive racing. Well, the field will make their way out. We'll need Mini Rock, you're on grid. Rotex, Rock, and Tag Junior drivers, you are now pre-grid. Tag Junior, Rock Junior, Rotex Junior, you are now pre-grid. So again, we'll need Mini Rock, you're on grid. Rotex, Rock, and Tag Junior drivers, your pre-grid. So Salim in that 107 right now, quick time, 38.337. Mike Crook. Mike making his second start of the Fall-Winter Series. Mike finishing second in September. And right now, Mike Crook jumps to the top spot, 37.391. Salim will be second. Roman Savalas will be third. The 113, George, is now fourth. Calmer Brito will be fifth. Jimmy Cabrera and George Raphael sixth and seventh, not picking up any time on those two drivers. So right now, Mike Crook overall quick time, 36.858. Salim in the 107, 38.337, currently second. Ramon Savalas third. Jimmy Cabrera going to jump to fourth. The 113, George, now fifth. Mini Rock, we'll need you on grid. Junior drivers, Tag, Rock, Rotex. Junior drivers, we need you pre-grid. So a minute 30 to go, working on your Rotex club carts. Mike Crook overall quick time, 36.858. Jimmy Cabrera now jumps up to second. So Jimmy Cabrera getting himself dialed in, 37.916 for Jimmy Cabrera, now second. Salim in the 107, currently third. Ramon Savalas fourth. George in the 113, fifth. George Raphael in the 102, currently sixth. Calmer Brito in the 111, now running seventh. Top two drivers, Mike Crook, Jimmy Cabrera in the 37-second bracket. Mike Crook with a 36.858. So Crook now in the 36-second bracket with 40 seconds to go. Mini Rock, you're on grid. Junior drivers, your pre-grid. That's Mike Crook going to do a little agriculture racing, sliding off the front. Straight away, gets it in the grass, gathers it back up. But right now, quick time is going to Mike Crook with a 36.858 for Mike Crook. So Crook right now hanging on to the top position. He's got a full second advantage over Jimmy Cabrera. Both Jimmy, Mike have been running in this class for a little while. And again, if you'd like to get yourself involved in racing, very simple procedure. Arrive and drive. That's right, arrive and drive. We'll prepare the cart. We'll get you ready to go. We'll get you your fire suit, helmet. And again, you get the feel of it. Got some friends who want to come out and have some fun. Right here at the Ocala Grand Prix. Very simple process. So Brian will show them your checker flag. Mike Crook overall quick time, 36.858 for Mike Crook. Jimmy Cabrera second, 37.168. The 113, George third. Salam in the 107, fourth. Ramon Savalas fifth. George Raphael sixth. And Calmer Brito is in the seventh position. So Mike Crook, 36.858. He'll pick up the pole position. Again, don't forget, grab yourself some lunch, cold drinks, gourmet affair, serving lunch throughout the day. Located right there in the pit area. So again, if you want to grab yourself something to eat, stop by and some chicken tenders, cheeseburgers, hamburgers, whatever your needs are, plus cold drinks they are serving throughout the day. That is located in the pit area. Don't forget, if you need fuel, that is available located at the entrance to the showroom. And fuel will be available throughout the day. So Mike Crook making his second start, picks up the pole position. And we'll move on into our Mini Rock. It'll be 5-minute session Mini Rock. Need junior drivers, you're now on grid. Junior drivers, you're on grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. So Bryce Haynes will make his way out in the 111. Andrew Massell in the number 170. Andrew making his second start here in the Fall-Winter Series. James Agozi in the number 48. James making his first start here in the Fall-Winter Series. James having a lot of fun running in the Rock Cup USA Series this year and had some great racing. Ryan Rackley, Georgia driver. Ryan also competed this season in the Rock Cup USA Series, and he was in there quite a bit. Ryan Rackley in the 133, Nick Trimble in the 178. And they'll cycle around. So working on your mini rock. 5-minute qualifying session. Junior drivers, you're on grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. Ryan Rackley finishing second back in September. And Ryan Rackley with a good performance here this weekend could jump to the top spot in the point standings. Arias Dumajian not racing with us. Jeremy Fairbairn, neither of those drivers with us. Dumajian comes in the weekend as your points leader. Jeremy Fairbairn third in the point standings. So Ryan Rackley can slide up to that top spot in the point standings with a good performance here. And he quickly gets to the top of the poll. 33.472 for Rackley. So Rackley now will watch. Bryce Haynes jumps to second. Again, Bryce, another driver, competed with Rock Cup USA this season and had some great races. For Haynes in the 111, currently second. Agozi third. Andrew Mathel is now fourth. Nick Trumbull fifth. As we close in on just under 3 minutes to go. What an outstanding job these drivers did. Boy, I had the opportunity to call the races for Rock Cup USA this year, and the competition, unbelievable. A huge step up for these drivers. And an outstanding job this season. And Rackley in a 133, 33.282. Right now his overall fast time. Agozi in the second, 33.771. Bryce Haynes coming off that second place run now. Haynes will cross the line and locked into that third spot, 33.801 for Bryce Haynes. 2 minutes to go, 2 minutes to go. Your mini rock working on your qualifying. We'll need junior drivers, you're on grid. Micromax. Micromax drivers, you are pre-grid. That'll be Micromax. So right now, Ryan Rackley leading the train around. 33.282. James Agozi second, 33.732. Bryce Haynes sits in third, 33.801. Top three drivers in the 33-second bracket. Andrew Massell currently fourth, Nick Trumbull fifth. And we're at about a minute 20 remaining. Yeah, great to see these drivers running, as I talked about it in the Rock Cup USA, and watching them here in the Spring-Summer Series, now here in the fall. Really getting some great seat time and expanding their wings, but a great performance for all these drivers over there all season long. So Rackley right now on top of the leaderboard, 33.282. James Agozi second. Bryce Haynes third, Andrew fourth, Nick Trumbull fifth with just about 35 seconds to go. Junior drivers, get them ready. You're next. That'll be junior drivers. Micromax, your pre-grid. Micromax drivers, you're now pre-grid. So Rackley coming off a podium finish back in September. Finishing second, and right now setting himself up for a pretty good start here this weekend, as he's on top of the leaderboard by about 0.4 of a second over James Agozi. Again, Ryan coming out of the gate pretty strong, 33.282. Back in lap number 3, James Agozi here in lap number 8 just turned to 33.726. So Brian going to hang out the checker flag as they cycle around. Ryan Rackley, Georgia driver. It's really progressed very, very well and setting himself up for a good start here this weekend. And they'll cross the line, so Ryan Rackley will pick up the pole position here in your mini rock. Bryce Haynes second. With James Agozi third, Andrew fourth, Nick Trumbull will round out your top 5. So they'll take him in the pits, get him ready for their pre-final. Ryan Rackley seals the deal. 33.282 for Rackley. Need Micromax. We'll move you up to the grid. Masters, lead Masters drivers. You're now pre-grid Masters. You can bring them up. Masters drivers, you're now pre-grid. Rotex Junior, Rock Junior, Tag Junior drivers going to make their way out. Your Rotex Junior drivers, Jet Nolan into 250. See Jet running in the Rock Cup USA over there in Orlando last month. John Perry Hilton, Rotex Junior driver in the 18. Charlie Ayers in the number 419. On the Rock Junior side, Ryan Johnson in the 203. Jeremy Fairbairn, Jeremy in the 287. And Matthias Berlin, Tag Junior driver. Charlie Ayers in that 419. Charlie coming home with a third place finish last month in the Rotex Junior class. Micromax, you're now on grid. Micro, you're on grid. Masters, you're pre-grid. Masters drivers, you're pre-grid. So take a look at your Tag Junior driver, Matthias Berlin, 32.210. Rock Junior driver, Jeremy Fairbairn, Jeremy, 32.522. Rotex Junior, right now, quick time goes to Jet Nolan, 36.622. John Perry Hilton second, 32.824. Charlie Ayers will be third, 37.298 on the Rotex Junior side. So closing in on 2 minutes to go, working on your junior drivers. Rock Jr., Jeremy Fairbairn, Jeremy 31,325. Tag Junior driver Matthias Berlin 32,178. Rock Junior driver Ryan Johnson 32,983. Rotex Junior driver Jed Nolan, quick time 32,335 on the Rotex Junior side. John Perry Hilton 32,345. That's good enough for second. And Charlie Ayers 35,496. Sitting back third, Rotex Junior. A minute 30 to go. Junior drivers. Micromax, you're on the grid. Micromax, you're on the grid. Senior drivers, your pre-grid. Senior drivers, your pre-grid. So overall quick time in all three groups going to Jeremy Fairbairn, Jeremy Rock Jr. driver, 31,325. Matthias Berlin, your tag junior driver, 31,637. All of a sudden, John Perry Hilton kicks it up to the top spot. Rotex Jr. quick time, 32,258. John Perry Hilton. So John Perry Hilton now quick time, Rotex Jr., 32,258. Well, just under 30 seconds to go. Wrapping up your junior class. Jeremy Fairbairn, Jeremy Rock Jr. driver, 31,244. Tag junior driver, Berlin in the 412, 31,637. On the Rotex Junior side, John Perry Hilton overall quick time, 32,258 for John Perry Hilton. Jet Nolan currently second on the Rotex Junior side, 32,335. Rock Junior driver Ryan Johnson, 32,968. As Brian will hang out the checker flag on your junior drivers. It's just not even. So Rock Junior driver Jeremy Fairbairn, 31,244. Matthias Berlin tag junior driver, 31,637. Jet Nolan, the quick one out of the Rotex Junior on that last lap, comes by with a 32,184. So stack field, the Rotex Micromax drivers going to make their way out. Jade Hubert in the 121, Nikita Johnson in the number 5. Jeremy Fletcher, Jeremy, a Rock Cup USA champion, sealed that championship back there in September. Congratulations, Jeremy Fletcher. Of course, that whole gang over there, Team Fallon Racing, boy, what a job they did. Chris and the entire group got Jeremy really hooked up, and what a battle and a championship for Jeremy. Ranger Pereira in the 133, Lawson Pohl in the 99, Anderson Leonard in the 8, Rafael Granzel in the 65, Tristan DeVille in the 77, Monty Cherry in the 24, Dean Dibdahl in the 19, Leandro Martins in the 18, Wilson Martins Jr. in the 88, Evan Hagberg in the 114, Javier De Cardenas in the 54, Finn Wedlake in the number 1, Alex Jakey in the number 9. 16 drivers stacked into this field, Rotex Micromax. And Fletcher coming off a win back in September in the Micromax. Anderson Leonard had a great run, Anderson finishing second. And Evan Henberg coming home third, got himself a podium finish last month. Very solid field of drivers, Rotex Micromax. Need senior drivers. That'll be senior drivers. You're now on grid. Senior drivers, you're on grid. Local option. Junior senior drivers, you're pre-grid. Local option, you're pre-grid. So Fletcher right now leads the field, 34.873. Nikita Johnson, good qualifying going for Nikita. Currently second, 35.425. Jade Hubert third, Evan Handberg fourth. The Cardenas now fifth, Anderson Leonard sixth, Pereira seventh, Leandro Martins eighth, Pohill ninth, Davila 10th, Grunzel 11th, Wilson Martins Jr. 12th, Dean Dibdahl 13th, Monticelli 14th. And Wedlake currently 15th. Alex Jakey not picking up a transponder on the number 9. So Fletcher currently a half a second quicker than Nikita Johnson. Right now Fletcher 34.873. Well, championship driver Jeremy Fletcher. So about a minute 30 remaining, working our way through a Rotex Micromax with Jeremy Fletcher, 34.873. That's quick time. Boy, great run going for Nikita Johnson. Good to see Nikita, but digging and digging and digging. And right now, Nikita Johnson settled into that third spot. Anderson Leonard now second. Anderson just rolled the 35.358. Again, Jade Hubert's been pretty consistent. Curley sitting in that 4th spot. Ave de Cardenas now jumps to 4th. Jade back to 5th as we're at 45 seconds remaining. So Jeremy coming out of the gate pretty strong. Jumped up to the leaderboard on top and has stayed there pretty well glued in by about 0.4 of a second. Quicker than Anderson Leonard, currently second for Anderson. And we're under 30 seconds to go. So it's Fletcher overall quick time, Leonard second, Johnson will drop to 4th, the Cardenas up to 3rd, Jade Hubert 5th, Granger Pereira 6th, Evan Enberg 7th, Leandro Martins 8th, Tristan Davila 9th, Paul Hill 10th, Wilson Martins Jr. 11th, Rafael Grunzel 12th, Dean Dibdahl 13th, Monticelli 14th, and Fid Wedlake is currently 15th. So Brian going to hang out the checker flag. Jeremy Fletcher currently sitting on a 0.4 of a second cushion. What a season Jeremy Fletcher coming off. The Rock Cup USA. Boy, what a battle he had. Some great competition as we talked about some of those other drivers. But again, Jeremy hanging in there, doing a great job, sealing the deal for a championship in the Rock Cup USA. And right now, he's sitting on the pole position looking for his second win here this fall-winter series. So Fletcher picks up the pole, 34.860. Hubert second, Johnson third, Leonard 4th, the Cardenas 5th, Pereira 6th, Handberg 7th, Martins 8th, Davila 9th, Wilson Martins Jr. 10th, Polehill 11th, Grunzel 12th, Monticelli 13th, Dean Dibdahl 14th, Finn Wedlake will be 15th. No time on the 9 of Alex Jakey. Those senior drivers going to make their way out. Local option, junior, senior drivers, we need you on grid. Shifters, DD2. Shifters, DD2, your pre-grid. That'll be shifters, DD2, your pre-grid. So Pete Fritchie, your Rotex Masters driver, 608. Richard Lowe in the 91, Danny Robertson in the 09, Daniel Gray in the 616, Jason Nelson in the 4. On the Tag Masters side, Miguel Grunzel in the 403. Greg Blair in the 47, Jeff Schmidt in the 96. So Rotex Masters, Tag Masters driver, Bobby Ross, Rock Senior driver, Bobby Ross, Rock Senior in the 324. Local option, junior, senior drivers, we need you on the grid. Local option, shifters, your pre-grid. So Rock Senior driver Bobby Ross, 30.872. Rotex Masters right now, Danny Robertson with quick time, 31.908. Daniel Gray, 31.959 for Daniel Gray. Jason Nelson currently third, 32.197 on the Rotex Masters. Pete Fritchie, fourth. Richard Lowe, fifth. On the Tag Masters right now, it's Miguel Grunzel, quick time, 32.383. Craig Blair second, 33.655. Jeff Schmidt fourth, 34.733. Now Blair will turn to 33.655. Tag Masters driver Craig Blair. Boy, Miguel Grunzel just turned to 31.768. That's your Tag Masters driver. So Miguel Grunzel just turned a quick lap time of 31.768. Nice lap for Miguel Grunzel, Tag Masters. So Bobby Ross, overall quick time, that is your Rock Senior driver, 30.362. Checking your Rotex Masters, Danny Robertson, quick time, 31.704. Daniel Gray second. Pete Fritchie third. Richard Lowe fourth. Jason Nelson fifth. And those are your Rotex Masters. On the Tag Master side, it is Miguel Grunzel, 31.569. Jeff Schmidt second. Craig Blair third. So 1 minute to go. Local option, junior, senior drivers, we need you to the grid. You're on grid. Shifters, your pre-grid. Shifter drivers, your pre-grid. So again, Bobby Ross, that is overall quick time, Rock Senior driver. Yeah, Miguel Grunzel dominating in the Tag Masters, 31.461 for Miguel Grunzel. Nice job for Miguel. Jeff Schmidt, Tag Masters, currently second. Craig Blair, third. Rotex Masters, Danny Robertson, overall quick time, 31.704 on the Rotex Masters side. So Brian will show them the checker flag. Local option, junior, senior drivers. We need you on the grid. Shifters, your pre-grid. So your rundown, Bobby Ross, overall quick time, Rock senior driver. And the Tag Masters, Miguel Grunzel, 31.461. He's quick time on the Tag Masters. Jeff Schmidt, second. Craig Blair, third. Rotex Masters, quick time goes to Danny Robertson, 31.704. Daniel Gray, second. Pete Fritchie, third. Jason Nelson, fourth. And Richard Lowe, fifth on the Rotex Masters. So local option, junior, senior drivers going to make their way out. 5-minute qualifying session. Shifters, you're now on grid. Shifters, you're on grid. Again, Hunter Fox, your junior driver. Hunter into number 3, Jimmy Jackson. In the 46, Ryan Rogers, junior driver, in the number 12. And Hunter Fox picked up the win last month on the junior side. Local options, senior drivers, Michael Grunzel in the number 4. Rafael Leon in the number 23. Frank Thrift, Frank in the 11X. Nick Hill in the number 6. Mark Lazan in the number 11. John Fuchs, John in the 41. Ryan Cherry scheduled in the number 8. Mike Sarachman in the 72. Again, your senior, junior drivers. About 3 minutes, 30 seconds, so plenty of time to cycle around. Nick Hill coming off a win back in September as he opened up a win with the Fall-Winter Series. Michael Grunzel, 5th place finish. Rafael Leon had an 8th place finish. Mark Lazan had a 9th place finish. Right now, senior driver, Rafael Leon with quick time, 36.242. Nick Hill currently second. Michael Grunzel third. Frank Thrift and Jim Fry, your top 5 on the senior side. Jimmy Jackson, quick time on the junior side, 36.374 for Jimmy Jackson. Hunter Fox second. Ryan Rogers third. Your 3 junior drivers. As we'll close in on the halfway point, 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. On the senior side, Rafael Leon, your overall quick time, 36.165. Jimmy Jackson, Jimmy making his first start in the Fall-Winter Series. Jimmy currently on the leaderboard on the junior side, 36.374 for junior driver Jimmy Jackson. So minute 30 to go. Rafael Leon, overall quick time, 36.165 on the senior side. Jimmy Jackson on top of the leaderboard on the junior side. Jimmy, 36.273 for Jimmy Jackson. Good look at field of drivers, local option, junior, senior drivers. So run down your junior driver, Jimmy Jackson, overall quick time. Hunter Fox, second. Ryan Rogers, third. Senior leader, Rafael Leon, your overall quick time. Nick Hill, second. Grunzel, third. Jim Fry, fourth. Frank Thrift is now fifth. Sixth. We'll go to the 72. Mike Zrockman, the 72. Then you got Ryan Cherry, Mark Lazan, and John Fuchs rounded out your senior drivers. So 30 seconds to go. Getting ready to wrap it up. Your local option junior, senior drivers. So Leon in the 23 came out of the gate very strong and has continued to stay up on that top spot. Overall quick time, 35.793 for your senior driver, Rafael Leon. Nick Hill, second. Jim Fry, third. Grunzel, fourth. Frank Thrift currently in the fifth position. Jimmy Jackson still holding on to the leaderboard on the junior side, 36.273. Hunter is second. Ryan Rogers, third. So picking up the pole position on the senior side, Rafael Leon. Nick Hill second, Jim Fry third, Grunzel fourth. Frank Thrift is now in that fifth position. Rockham will be sixth, seventh it'll be Fuchs, eighth it'll be Cherry, ninth it'll be Lazan. On the junior side, Jimmy Jackson will pick up quick time. Hunter Fox second and Ryan Rogers third on the junior side. So shifter drivers will get out their final group to come out for qualifying. Again, we'll get our lunch break and then we'll get set to go pre-finals at 1:50. 1:50 will be our pre-finals. We'll need kid carts. Green flag at 1:50. So rock shifter driver, Mayo Livingston in the 537. Michael D. Cusada in the number 524. Shifter junior driver, Michael Stevens in the 41F. Stock Moto, Farshed Bagari in the 605. Mayo Livingston, as I said, is a rock senior driver, 537. Jim Lewis, Stock Moto in the 24F. CJ Dickerson, Stock Moto in the number 10. And rock senior driver, Mayo Livingston, 30.297. Michael Stevens, shifter junior driver, 30.774. Michael just getting his feet wet on the shifter side this year. Really loves the shifter cart, Michael Stevens. So here comes D. Cusada, Michael in the 524 making his way out. And Michael Rock, senior driver. Michael's in the 524, latecomer. As we're at 3 minutes to go. We'll see if Michael can get something rolling in that 524. So Mayo Livingston, overall quick time. Again, that is your Rock Senior driver. 29.642 for Mayo. Nice young man, really loves racing. Boy, really got it dialed in here at the Ocala Grand Prix. Last group to qualify, your shifters. And right now, overall quick time going to Mayo Livingston, 29.628. Michael D. Cusada. Michael currently second, Rock Senior driver, 30.520. That is quick time for Michael. Really moving well on the Rock Senior side. Stock Moto right now, Farshad Bagheri, your leader, 30.304. CJ Dickerson second, Stock Moto, 30.672. And Jim Lewis third, 31.276. As we get to a minute 30 to go. Michael Stevens, shifter junior driver, 30.602. That is really moving for that junior driver, Michael Stevens. And now, Michael not really thrilled about the competition not being here with him. Usually Anthony Ganji Jr., Matias Ramirez, a couple other on hand. And, of course, those drivers all heading to Italy here this weekend. And we wish all of our Ocala Grand Prix team members well as they head over to Italy for the Rock Cup International event. Of course, all those drivers, I kind of believe about 33 Americans will be participating over there in Italy, and gotta believe they said 350 plus entries for all the classes. And a lot of great racers from all around the world over there, and a big opportunity for these drivers. And we wish all the Ocala Grand Prix team members well, and as they head over to Italy this morning, it should be a great, great time. The only problem is they didn't take me with them. So getting ready to wrap it up, Mayo Livingston, Rock Senior driver, 29.433. Michael D. Cusada. Michael now 29.616, and he closes in now on Mayo Livingston. We'll see if Michael can get enough to get around Mayo Livingston. There's Michael, cannot close that gap yet on Mayo. Farshad Bagheri, your leader, Stock Moto, 30.192 for Farshad Bagheri. Stevens, junior driver, 30.419. So Mayo Livingston will pick up overall quick time. That's your Rock Senior driver, 29.433. There's Farshad Bagheri, Stock Moto leader. Well, Michael D. Cusada cannot get quick enough to get around Livingston. So here's how we'll run them down on the pole position. Mayo Livingston, Rock Senior. Michael D. Cusada will pick up second. Stock Moto, Farshad Bagheri, quick time on the Stock Moto side, 30.192. CJ Dickerson second, 30.672. Jim Lewis third, 31.048. And your junior driver, Michael Stevens, 30.419. Again, we'll get all times posted at the entrance to the showroom. You want to come by, check out your qualifying times, and we'll get set with our pre-finals at 150. Green flag 150 for the kid carts. And take some time, stop over, see the folks over there at Gourmet Affair for lunch this afternoon, cold drinks, whatever you need, they'll take care of you right there in the pit area. So we'll get it rolling. 150 green flag for your kid cards. We'll need your attention in the pits. We'll need your kid carts to make their way to the grid. You have 10 minutes. Green flag at 1:50. Again, this will be for your pre-final. Kid carts, you have 10 minutes. Green flag will drop at 1:50. Rotex Club Cart drivers, you will be pre-grid. So once again, green flag 1:50. We'll need kid cart drivers to the grid. So again, we'll need your kid cart drivers. We'll need you to the grid. 1:50, green flag. Your Rotex Club Cart drivers, you'll be pre-grid. Club Cart drivers, you'll be pre-grid. Again, pre-finals as followed. Kid carts, you'll run 8 laps. You'll be up first. Rotex Club Cart drivers, you'll go 15 laps. Mini Rock, 10 laps for your pre-final. Junior drivers, you're going to go 15 laps. Micromax, you go 10 laps for your pre-final. Senior drivers, 15. Local option, junior, senior, and shifter drivers all go 15 laps for your pre-final. Again, take a look at our poll winners here this morning. On into the afternoon, Jorge Ortez, your pole sitter for your kid carts. Rotex Club Carts, Mike Crook picking up the pole position on your Rotex Club Carts. On your Mini Rock, Ryan Rackley. Ryan picking up the pole position in your Mini Rock. On your junior side, Jeremy Fairbairn overall quick time on all of your junior drivers. Again, Jeremy. In your Micromax, it'll Jeremy Fletcher. Jeremy setting quick time. Overall fast time in your Micromax. Masters, Bobby Ross, again, overall quick time among all drivers. Of course, they are combined classes with your Rotex, Tag, and Rock drivers. Local option, Jimmy Jackson, quick time in your junior. Rafael Leon, quick time on the senior side. And Mayo Livingston, overall quick time on your shifters. Michael Stevens, junior driver, 30.419. Farshad Bagheri, 30.192. And we'll need kid cart drivers. We'll need you to the grid. Kid carts. We need you to the grid. You have 5 minutes. Green flag drops in 5 minutes. Again, quick check of the weather. Looking at temperatures in the mid-80s and a slight chance of showers here this afternoon. And no sooner did I say that, nice rain cloud right above us. Just a couple sprinkles. So we'll keep an eye on the weather here as the roll into our pre-finals. So once again, kid carts, a couple minutes will get you ready to go for the first pre-final of the day. Those drivers get themselves set in the grid area, and here's how we'll line them up. Inside of row number 1, Jorge Ortiz in the number 5. Outside row 1, last month's winner, current points leader. In the number 7, it'll be Sebastian Weldon. In row number 2, starting third, the 55, Carson Walters. Starting in the 4th position, Samuel Igwa in the number 8. In row number 3, starting 5th, it'll be the number 29, Tom Shoecraft III. Starting in the 6th position, in outside of row number 3, the 59, Melina Brickner. Starting in row number 4 on the inside, it'll be the 11 of Corbin Polhill. And outside in row number 4, starting 8th, the 75 of Ricky Case. 8 drivers ready to go. Your first pre-final of the day, it'll be 8 laps. Sebastian Weldon in the number 7 outside of row number 1. Sebastian started out as your winner in race weekend number 1. Ricky Case, second place finish for Ricky. And Jorge Ortiz, your pole sitter on the podium in September, finishing 3rd. Carson Walters, top 5 finish. Carson finishing 4th. Samuel 5th. Melina Brickner with a 6th place finish in September. So they roll into race weekend number 2. Ocala Grand Prix Fall Winter Series Kid Karts, ages 5 to 7. Again, just a couple drops coming down. See them fluffy clouds right over the track, and what we're getting will just blow over as your Kid Karts ready to go. Your first pre-final of the day, 8 laps, Kid Karts. Rotex Club Kart drivers, we need you on pre-grid. So green flag up, we're underway. Your first pre-final today. And they'll all stick together as they roll down into turn number 1. Again, your pole sitter, Jorge Ortiz in the 5, Sebastian Weldon in the 7. So field will cycle around. Sebastian Weldon cycles around for lap number 1. Sebastian, your early leader, heads down into turn number 1. Need club cart drivers. We need you to the grid. You're on grid. Mini Rock, you're pre-grid. So once again, club cart drivers, we need you on the grid. Mini Rock drivers, you're pre-grid. Mini Rock drivers, you are pre-grid. Right now, Sebastian Weldon setting sail, early leader, head into the tree turn. And Sebastian picking up race weekend victory back in September. And Sebastian overall quick time 44.618. He'll complete lap number 3 this time by. Now Jorge Ortiz picks up quick time. Ortiz with a 43.843 for Ortiz. So Ortiz in that 43-second bracket. Last time by 0.7 of a second behind Sebastian Weldon. Again, Ortiz was your pole sitter with quick time this morning. So 3 laps in, close it in on the halfway point next time by. Weldon your leader, Ortiz, Samuel Igua 3rd, Case 4th, Carson Walters 5th, Shoecraft 6th, Brickner 7th, Pole Hill running in the 8th position. So Ortiz now going to be able to find himself off the top of the oval as your brand new leader at the halfway point. So your pole sitter will pick up the halfway point. Good little race going on for that 3rd spot. How about this? Wheel to wheel. Ricky Case will muscle his way back into that 3rd spot. So Ricky Case off to a very good start. Remember, Ricky qualified in the 8th position. So good turnaround for Ricky Case. He's got a good little battle going on for that 3rd spot. There's Samuel, Ricky Case. Both of those drivers now going to make the entry to the tree turn. In the meantime, Weldon will close up the gap. Yeah, and that's the top 2 drivers. Samuel going to go right around Ricky Case for 3rd. Then how about this battle? 5th, 6th, and 7th. And they're mixing it up now. Shoecraft, Brickner, and Pole Hill all mixing up now. A little contact as they come to the entry of the oval. 2 of them go around. They'll get them going forward. So they were running together, all those drivers. Shoecraft, Brickner, and Pole Hill, and they all go around. There's the 55. Carson Walters. So 5 laps complete, 3 to go. Last time by, Ortiz your lead. Second Case 3rd, Samuel 4th, Shoecraft running 5th, Walter 6th, Brickner 7th, Pole Hill running in the 8th position. Overall, second Case 3rd, Samuel 4th, Shoecraft running 5th, Walter 6th, Brickner 7th, Pole Hill running in the 8th position. Overall, quick time going to the 7 of Weldon. Here comes Sebastian now. Gets right on the heels of your leader. He'll pull to the inside. Drag race down to turn number 1 with 2 to go. Weldon trying to find that open lane to the inside. I think he's got the room, but not going to be able to get by. Ortiz shuts the door. Again, those are your 1-2 in qualifying. They'll come through the chicane. So little fireworks early on here. First pre-final of the day. Weldon a winner back in September. Runs the tire tracks of Ortiz on the entry to that tree turn. Boy, Weldon staying right on him, not going to let off as they come off the tree turn. Meantime, Ricky Case getting breathing room for that third spot. There's Ricky currently running third. Good run for Ricky Case. Remember, qualified 8th. Here comes your leaders down the front stretch. Weldon this time with the advantage as they come to the line side by side. Weldon officially the leader across the line. And he's got the momentum this time, makes it stick. Weldon, your brand new leader, 1 to go. Ortiz, look at that, just pulling him through. Oh, and Ortiz goes wide. They both get together as they're coming through that chicane. And I got to believe Ricky Case is your brand new leader. As they're coming through that chicane. And I got to believe Ricky Case is your brand new leader. Here comes the 75 of Ricky Case. Samuel going to go right with you. Absolutely, I'll take second. No, that is Weldon now second. So Ricky Case, your leader, Weldon bouncing back. We'll see if Sebastian's got enough to reel him in. Here they come down the front stretch. Who's got the more power? Ricky Case going to hammer it down. And Ricky Case gets the win. Coming home second is Sebastian Weldon. Ortiz able to hang in there for third. Samuel going to come home fourth. Picking up fifth, we'll go to the 29 of Tom Shoecraft. We'll correct that, Walter sixth. Melina Brickner will be seventh, Pohill eighth. What a finish as Ortiz and Weldon coming through that chicane for that final lap. And they were really going at it. They came through that chicane, made contact. Ricky Case seen the door wide open, looked like the Grand Canyon. Jumped right through there, was able to keep the pedal to the floor as he came down the front stretch. And Ricky Case will pick up the win. How about Ricky coming from dead last and scores the win here in the 8-lap pre-final. So Kid Karts coming out with a bang here this afternoon. And Ricky Case, a champion driver in the Kid Karts. In set now, your 15-lap Rotax Club Cars pre-final. Last month's winner on the pole. A little momentum going with the 112 of Mike Crook. Mike on the pole position. Jimmy Cabrera in the number 126, outside row 1. George Grayab in the 113. George will start in that third spot. Salam in the 107, starting fourth. Ramon Savalas in the 106. Ramon said, keep an eye on me, Tony. Watch what I'll do. So we will do that. Ramon in the 106, starting fifth. George Raphael in the 102 will start sixth. Kelmer Brito in the 111 will start in the seventh position. Rotax Club Cars, they'll get there a hot lap and they'll cycle around. Again, great opportunity to get your feet wet in the world of racing or come on out and have some fun. Very simple. When I say simple, arrive and drive. That's all you need to do. We'll take care of the helmet, the fire suit, the gloves, everything you need. Get you all hooked up in the cart, and Frank does an outstanding job getting these carts prepared. Again, you want to have your buddies get together, have a little fun, come on out and join us. We do it each month here for the Fall-Winter Series. Mini Rock, you're on grid. Junior drivers, you're pre-grid. One lap will go. We'll send them around. We'll give them one more hot lap. We'll get them ready to go. Mini Rock, you're on grid. Mini Rock, you're on grid. Junior drivers, you're pre-grid. Again, Mike Crook, your winner last month. Again, Mike ran with us, I believe, the full entire spring-summer series here in 2015, and been doing it a couple of years now since we've offered your club cards to come on out and have some fun with the Ocala Grand Prix, and really is neat to see these drivers get their feet wet, maybe not want to make the full investment, or just have some fun. Arrive and drive program with your club cards. So Mike Crook, Jimmy Cabrera. Jimmy's got some seat time in the old club cards. Jimmy on the outside to 126, Crook on the inside to 112. 15 laps. Second pre-final of the day. So Brian going to look him over, going to show him green. We're underway. And Jimmy Cabrera, boy, Jimmy coming off the line very strong. Got enough momentum off of turn number 1. And Jimmy will snatch the top position. Salam in the 107 going to jump to that third place position through the chicane. And Mike Crook, overall quick time with a 36.858. Jimmy Cabrera, 37.168. So we'll see if Mike Crook can apply some of that speed and bring in your race leader, Jimmy Cabrera. Jimmy to the top of the oval for the first time. Long way to go. This is 15-lap pre-final. Jimmy got to look over that left shoulder. Jimmy Cabrera on the entry to the chicane, about a cart length and a half. Going to separate first and second through the chicane. Again, Jimmy qualifying outside of row number 1 with a 37.168. Again, both of those drivers, they were with us in the spring. Crook in the 112, Jimmy Cabrera in the 126, top 2 drivers. They'll shoot down the front stretch to complete lap number 2. Jimmy Cabrera, quick time, 37.359. Mike Crook with a 37.414. Ramon Savalas running third, 37.780. So Ramon got a little something going. Salam in the 107, currently running fourth. George Raphael running in the 5th position. George in the 102. George in the 113 running 6th. Calmer Brito running in the 7th position. That'll be the 111. Eater's going to come down the front stretch. He'll complete lap number 3. Now, letting him go to the inside. Jimmy Cabrera going to run and let Mike Crook come by. So Jimmy lets him come by. Now Cabrera crisscross right over coming off the chicane. That did not work for Jimmy Cabrera. Jimmy tried to go to the inside. Don't forget, Mike Crook set quick time, Jimmy. You do not want to give him that opportunity again. He gets up front, gets out in that clear space. Mike Crook, he'll take off on you. Crook set quick time in qualifying. So giving him that opportunity to run up front may not have been the right move for Jimmy Cabrera. That'll complete lap number 4 this time by, how about that? Just as I said, Mike Crook, 36.787. So Mike Crook again in that 36-second bracket during qualifying, and he rolls a 36.787 quicker than he did in qualifying. Jimmy Cabrera still in that 37-second bracket. Now you see the gap again. Crook very good once he gets out in the open space. Not quite sure if Jimmy may have thought he had some sort of an issue and wanted to let him come by. Again, little side-by-side battle coming off that tree turn back in the back of the field. Delmer to 111, George in that 113. Those two drivers making their way to the top part of the oval. So here comes your leader, Mike Crook. 5 laps complete. Crook turns a 36.626 in lap number 5. Last time by, Crook had a 0.7 of a second advantage. We'll see if he can continue to open up that gap as he'll head to the timing and scoring loop. There's your leader, the 112, Mike Crook. Mike, 36.453, loving the open air as he continues to pick up the pace. And Jimmy Cabrera very strong, though, when he gets to them tight areas coming through that chicane. That's where he closes up the gap when he comes off the exit of the chicane and then continues a good run. Jimmy Cabrera now gets about 2 kart lengths behind your leader on the entry to the top of the oval. So Jimmy Cabrera, he's in that 36-second bracket. Cabrera, 36.587. So all of a sudden, find a little extra speed there at the halfway point for Jimmy Cabrera. Jimmy's got enough speed to take the lead away coming through the chicane. Then he loses it back. They're side by side midway through the chicane. Cabrera trying to stay to the inside. He's got enough room to get by Mike Crook, and he clears him. So at the halfway point, little action going on through the chicane. As Jimmy Cabrera, your leader, Mike Crook second, Ramon Savalas third, Salim in the 107 running 4th, 113 George running 5th, George Raphael running 6th, Calmo Burrito running 7th. All drivers are on the lead lap except for the 111. That kart is down 1 lap. And Jimmy Cabrera, lap number 7, 36.268. Jimmy, you back up front. I'm not sure if Jimmy Cabrera just kind of laying back a little bit, laying lazy, and just kind of riding along with Mike Crook. But boy, Jimmy Cabrera right now, overall quick time, 36.268 for Jimmy Cabrera. And I thought maybe earlier Jimmy had a slight problem with that kart as he just kind of waved Mike Crook to come by early on. You see him now raising up that arm again on the right side. Jimmy Cabrera, your leader. 9 laps complete, 15-lap pre-final. Rotex Club Karts. Mini Rock, you're on the grid. Rotex, Rock, and Tag Junior drivers, your pre-grid. So Jimmy Cabrera going to get a little bit slowed down now as he looks ahead. He's got lap traffic. Looks like he'll have plenty of real estate to come by. Mike Crook going to come right with him. That'll be Brito in the 111. Correct, that'll be the 102. George Raphael in the 102. You see the gap for your top 2 drivers, Cabrera and Crook. Now here comes Ramon Savalas just now coming down the front stretch. Savalas now 14 seconds behind your top 2. So Jimmy Cabrera really wheeling it now as he comes off the tree turn. I think he just wants to know where Mike Crook is. You'll see him looking over that shoulder, one time to the right, one time to the left. He'll come down to the stripe. And he'll start to work now on lap traffic as he comes off of turn number 1. Jimmy Cabrera, your leader. 2 drivers been up front, Cabrera and Mike Crook. Cabrera started outside of row number 1. Mike Crook, your pole sitter. Right now, Crook 0.7 of a second behind your leader. Pretty well settled down, traffic stretched out. Everybody going single file with your leader coming off the tree turn. Again, Jimmy Cabrera now coming up on lap traffic. Can Mike Crook close the gap? Mike going to try to take advantage of lap traffic. Gets on the bumper of your leader. They'll come down the front stretch. Jimmy going to look over his left shoulder. All he's going to see is Mike Crook right on his heels through turn number 1. They'll run single file midway through the chicane. Crook about a kart length behind Jimmy Cabrera. Boy, Jimmy really hitting his marks. Got that kart really flying through the turns, and he's really dialed in. Just working with the kart, riding it out as he'll make his way to the top part of the oval. Slower traffic ahead of Jimmy as they come down the front stretch. We'll get 2 to go this time by. 2 laps to go. Jimmy going to work on the 113 on the entry into turn number 1. So Jimmy Cabrera just wheeling that kart by, comes to the chicane. Final 2 circuits to go. Mini Rock, you're on the grid. Mini Rock on the grid, junior drivers, your pre-grid. So now you got lap traffic in between your leader and your second place kart. As Jimmy will make his way to the top part of the oval. Started outside of row number 1. He'll see the white flag. He's got 1 to go. Here comes your leader, Jimmy Cabrera. Going to look over that right shoulder. He got a lot of room in between him and now Mike Crook as they come off of turn number 1. 1.5 second advantage for your race leader. And Jimmy Cabrera ran with us back in the spring. Very good competitor, loves to wheel these karts around. And he has got the handle on this baby into the tree turn. And he'll come off the tree turn for the final time. Jimmy Cabrera. Jimmy now going to work his way to the top part of the oval. So here comes Jimmy down the front stretch. He will pick up heat. The pre-final. So Cabrera, your winner. Your pole sitter, Mike Crook, comes in. The little agriculture racing. That'll be the 113. Mowing the grass for George. Savalas will cycle around for that third spot. George Raphael fourth, so I'll aim the 107 fifth. 113 will get 6. Keller Brito will get 7. So there it is in the books. Jimmy Cabrera picks up the pre-final. Junior drivers, you're on the grid. That'll be junior drivers, you're on the grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. So working on their hot lap, this will be your mini rock lineup. Out of Georgia in a 133, Ryan Rackley on the pole position. Bryce Haynes in a 111. Bryce will be outside of row number 1. In the number 48, James Agozi. James inside of row number 2. Andrew Massell in the 170 starting 4th. Nick Trumbull in the 178. Again, I talked about it during qualifying. What a great time I had watching these youngsters in Orlando and the championship weekend on the Rock Cup USA. They did an outstanding job stepping up and really going against some great competition. All these drivers did compete over there in Orlando and really did a great job. Proud of the drivers coming from Orlando or from Ocala to Orlando. Again, Ryan Rackley, James Agozi, Bryce Haynes, Andrew all did an outstanding job. And we are ready to rock and roll. Green is out. Kind of laying back is Bryce Haynes in that 111, kind of watching traffic come by to the inside. The little freight train him through the chicane for the first time, 10 laps. Ryan Rackley coming in this weekend as we roll into the second race weekend. Second in the point standings, coming off a second place finish in September. And you got James Agozi. James running in that second position. James making his first start with the Mini Rock here this season. He'll move into that second spot. Couple Tony Kart drivers. Andrew Massell, Bryce Haynes. And Bryce with a fifth place finish back in September. So Nick Trumbull in the 178 making his first start here in the Fall-Winter Series. Andrew Massell making his second start. Andrew with a fourth place finish back in September. Got a ton of talent right here in the Mini Rock. Boy, talk about bright futures. Very good drivers right there as they'll work off of turn number 1. Led by Ryan Rackley. Ryan coming out of Georgia. Really had some good runs over there on championship weekend. And he's up front through the tree turn. Got James Agozi. James coming off the tree turn. Little exchange now for that third spot. Bryce Haynes battling back and forth now as they come to the top part of the oval. Andrew Massell will jump up into third as he muscled his way around Bryce Haynes. Now we'll see if they'll stick together. Andrew on a Burrell. You got Bryce Haynes on a Tony card off of turn number 1. They'll make their entry to the chicane as they're running in that third and fourth position. Again, Rackley set quick time this morning, 33.282. He cranked off at 33.423 for Ryan Rackley. James Agozi, his best lap time so far, 33.451 for Agozi. So a couple good little battles going on, one for the lead, one for that third spot. Zell and Haynes running third and fourth on the entry to turn number 1. 4 laps in, 1 lap away from the halfway point. Junior drivers, you're on grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. So far, so good for Ryan Rackley, making it look pretty easy. Works off the tree turn. He's been your one and only leader. He's been staying pretty consistent in behind Ryan. Separated by 0.4 of a second on that last lap. They'll get cross flags this time by. Heading into turn number 1, your leader. Rackley's led every single lap so far. Rackley with quick time, 33.423. James Agozi running second. Andrew Massell running third. Haynes running fourth. Trumbull running fifth. All drivers on the lead lap as they make their way around. And Bryce Haynes really working on Andrew as they exit off that tree turn. Bryce qualified outside of row number 1. He continues to work on Andrew as they come off the top part of the oval. There's Bryce running the tire tracks of Andrew on the entry to turn number 1. Meantime, your leaders exit through the chicane. Rackley and Agozi. There's Ryan really hitting them marks. Boy, I'm telling you, Agozi not gaining a lot of ground, but he continues to inch up on your leader. Very smart little driver, James Agozi. And I've watched this kid mix him up with the best of the best. And he knows how to work it, patient. And he's going to stay right there with Ryan Rackley through turn number 1. Seen Ryan turn around, kind of nod his head. James kind of shaking his head. So I think they know they're sticking together. Got a pretty good gap between them and third and fourth place carts. Massell and Haynes running third and fourth as they'll make their way into that tree turn. Again, Bryce getting a good run to the entry of the tree turn. So we'll see 2 to go this time by. So 2 to go this time by for your leader. He's led every single lap so far, Ryan Rackley. Look at Bryce. Bryce is just glued to Andrew. He comes from the right side to the left side, stays right in his tire tracks. See if Bryce will try to make that move to get into that third spot. Rackley on the entry to the tree turn. A little more breathing room this time by. See a little bit of a gap, probably about 4 kart lengths between first and second. And Bryce Haynes all over the back of Andrew now as they work off that top part of the oval. White flag up, 1 to go this time by. Now Haynes going to separate. He'll look to the outside, trying to get hooked up to the outside, cannot get around Andrew. So he gets right back in behind him through the chicane. Ryan Rackley looking very comfortable now on his way into the tree turn for the final time. Got a 0.6 of a second advantage as they come off into the top part of the oval. Ryan Rackley looking to go wire to wire. Set quick time and qualifying. He'll come off the top of the oval. Your Mini Rock pre-final winner goes to the Georgia driver, Ryan Rackley. Agozi picks up second. Haynes will drop in behind that third spot, so it'll give Andrew Massell third, Haynes fourth, and Nick Trumbull will round out your top 5. James Agozi picking up a little extra. Lap number 6, Agozi set quick time with a 33.386 for James Agozi. You can set quick time, but I think the one that matters, who comes across the line first, and that was Georgia driver Ryan Rackley. But a great job, your Mini Rock drivers. So junior drivers going to make their way out. They'll get 15 circuits. So Rock junior driver Jeremy Fairburn in the 287. Ryan Johnson, Rock junior driver in the 203. Tag junior driver Matthias Berlin in the 412. Rotex junior drivers Jet Nolan in the 250, John Perry Hilton in the 18, and Charlie Ayers in the 419. And Charlie Ayers, Rotex junior driver, making his second start. Charlie coming off a third place finish back in September. Micromax drivers, you're now on grid. Masters, your pre-grid. Masters, your pre-grid. Jeremy Fairbairn, Ryan Johnson, Rock Jr., Thies Berlin, Tag Junior driver, Jet Nolan, John Perry Hilton, Charlie Ayers, all Rotex drivers. So junior drivers going to make their way down the front stretch, 15 laps. And we'll pick up the green flag. We're underway. Junior drivers, they'll make their way into turn number 1 for the first lap here in your junior drivers. Need Micromax drivers, you're on the grid. Rock, we'll correct that, that'll be Masters. That'll be Masters, your pre-grid. So Micromax on the grid, Masters, your pre-grid. So Jeremy, again, Rock Junior driver, obviously got the power under that machine. He'll cycle around again, that's your Rock Junior leader. Jet Nolan, Rotex Junior leader. Matthias Berlin, your Tag Junior driver. Need Micromax. You're now on the grid. Masters drivers, your pre-grid. And Jeremy setting quick time here in lap number 2. 31.374. So Jeremy really taking off on the field. Last time by at a 3.6 second advantage over the rest of the field. Now he opens up a 4.5 second gap now. So Rock Junior leader Jeremy Fairburn, your second place kart Rock Junior Ryan Johnson. Rotex Junior leader Jet Nolan into 250. Seen Jet running over there championship weekend Rock Cup USA. Right now, Jet, your Rotex Junior leader. John Perry Hilton second. Charlie Ayers third on your Rotex Junior side. There's Jeremy. He'll complete lap number 6 this time by. That is your Rock Junior leader. There's Jet Nolan. He'll work around the 412 again. Nolan, your Rotex Junior leader. Tag Junior leader Matthias Berlin in the 412. Jeremy with overall quick time. He's flying 31.257 for Jeremy. Pretty good lap time there for Jeremy. That's Rock Junior overall leader. Jeremy in the 287. Rotex Junior leader. That is the 250 at Jet Nolan. He's Berlin tag Junior leader in the 412. Now him and Jet Nolan got a flip-flop now for that second position overall. All of a sudden, John Perry Hilton starting to get a pretty good run now on Jet Nolan. So John Evans a pretty good laps, turned to 36.645 for John Perry Hilton. Did that back in lap number 6. Not quite as fast as Jet Nolan, but he's definitely closing up that gap. So 9 laps complete. Rock Junior leader, Jeremy Fairbairn. Ryan Johnson running second on the Rock Junior side. Tag Junior leader, Matthias Berlin in the 412. Rotex Junior, Jet Nolan your leader. Hilton running second. And Charlie Ayers running third on your Rotex Junior side. Again, Jet Nolan and John Perry Hilton both making their first Rotex Junior start here with us this season. And they'll close it up 10 laps in, 5 to go. Micromax, I need you to the grid. You're on the grid, Micromax. Masters, your pre-grid. Masters drivers, your pre-grid. So 12 in, Jeremy Fairbairn, your overall quick time. Jeremy 31.257. That is definitely moving here. That is your Rock Junior leader. So 13 in, Brian showing them double sticks this time by 2 to go. So Rock Junior leader, Jeremy Fairbairn. Running second is Ryan Johnson. Your one and only tag junior driver. Matthias Berlin. Jet Nolan, your leader, Rotex Junior. Hilton running second, and running third is Charlie Ayers. There's Jet Nolan, Rotex Junior leader. John Perry Hilton will cross the line. Need Micromax drivers. You're on the grid. Get them ready. Micromax. So Jeremy Fairbairn goes wire to wire. And he is overall fast Time with a 31.257. He'll pick up the Rock Jr. win. Berlin picks up the win tag Jr. Jet Nolan will score the win on your Rotax Jr. Need senior drivers, you're on the grid. Senior drivers, you're on the grid. Local option, your pre-grid. And here's how we'll line them up. 10 laps. Your Rotax Micromax. 16 drivers signed in. On the pole position, last month's winner, Jeremy Fletcher. Rock USA champion driver, Jeremy Fletcher, inside of row number 1 in the 22. Outside row 1, the 121, that'll be Jade Hubert. In row number 2, the 5 of Nikita Johnson. In the number 8, Anderson Leonard. Starting in row number 3, Javier De Cardenas in the 54. Granger Pereira in the 133. Starting 7th in the 114, Evan Hanberg. Starting 8th, the number 18 of Leandro Martins. Starting 9th, Tristan Davila in the number 77. In the number 88, starting 10th, it'll be Wilson Martins Jr. Starting in the 11th position, Lawson Polhill in the number 99. Starting 12th to 24 of Monty Cherry. Dean Dibdall in the number 19 will start 13th. 14th, it'll be the number 1 of Finn Wedlake. And starting 15th, the number 9 of Alex Jenke. And starting 16th in the scratch position, the number 65 of Rafael Gronzel. Fletcher in the 22, qualified with a 34.860, only driver in the 34-second bracket, coming off a win back in September. Anderson Leonard starting 4th, picked up 2nd last month. Evan Hanberg came home 3rd. Alex Jakey, good finish for Alex, coming home 5th. Alex going to start 15th here in the pre-final. Tristan Davila, top 5 in September. So Fletcher ready to go. Jade Hubert to the outside. They'll build up the horsepower. Get on the gas as they really log jam him into turn number 1.
What's that card number?
Again, Jeremy Fletcher. Seems every track I'm at, you see Jeremy out there running and running well. Had a lot of fun watching him in Orlando last month for the championship weekend. And here comes Fletcher picking up right where he left off, up front. He'll tuck the head down, brings that Tony Kart down into turn number 1. Good start for the number 5 of Nikita Johnson. Right now, Nikita working his way midway through the chicane, qualified 3rd with a 35.150. Good to see Nikita right there in the top 3, shuffled around now for 3rd. 16 carts taking the green. That'll be Jade Hubert holding on to that 3rd place position. And you got Anderson Leonard in the 18, or excuse me, the 8. And it'll be Anderson now going to go to work on Jade Hubert. Looks like Anderson's got the momentum. And that'll carry him to that 3rd spot. So Anderson Leonard plugging away toward the front. Him and Jade Hubert still side by side. Jade says, no, that ain't going to work. And Jade Hubert back to 3rd as they make their way to the entry of the tree turn. It's a little going back and forth for that 3rd spot. Heavy traffic coming off that tree turn. The 2nd pack of carts coming down that front stretch. Led by the 121 at Jade Hubert. Good run going for the 54. De Cardenas in that 54. Last time by, Javier was scoring in that 5th position. So the Cardinals hanging in there. Qualified fifth, has pretty well stayed there. So I got one cart coming to a stop. And I gotta believe that may be the number 7. We'll check it out. So we'll check it out. Is the 1 of Finn Wedlake. So being told that is the 1. Finn the Wedlake. Again, Fletcher, your leader, 5 laps in, just over the halfway point. So Fletcher with a 1.6 second advantage over Nikita Johnson. Hubert running 3rd, Leonard running 4th, the Cardinals running 5th, Pereira running 6th, Handberg 7th, Martins running 8th, Wilson Martins Jr. running 9th, Davila running 10th, Grunzel 11th, Jakey running 12th, Pohill running 13th, Monticelli 14th, Dean Dibdahl running 15th. And out of the race is the number 1 of Finn Wedlake. All drivers outside of Finn on the lead lap with 6 in. Fletcher overall quick lap time 34.703 for Jeremy Fletcher. Last time by 1.9 second advantage as Fletcher will head to the top part of the oval. So Jeremy Fletcher moving right along, showing why he's a championship driver on that Tony kart into turn 1. Great run going for the 5 of Nikita Johnson. So Nikita Johnson, great qualifying effort. Nikita with a 7th place finish back in September. And he is flying solo in that 2nd spot. Great run for Nikita Johnson. Father got to be happy the way this youngster's coming along. Is tucked in behind that wheel, stays low, and works into the top part of the oval, Nikita Johnson. Then you got that freight train of traffic, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. That's Jade Hubert, Leonard, DeCarlos, Granger Pereira, and Evan Handberg all mixing it up down the front stretch. So final 2 to go for your race leader. Jeremy Fletcher moving right along. Jeremy now will head to the tree turn. And Tristan Davila scoots up around Wilson Martins Jr. for that 9th spot. So Fletcher, basically his home track, making it look pretty simple. Jeremy will come down the front stretch. Brian will show him the white flag. He's got 1 to go. So Fletcher takes the Tony kart down into turn number 1. Very impressed, though, with Nikita Johnson. Good to see the youngster have a good run here this weekend. He's holding on the 2nd. Really nobody able to touch Nikita. So here he comes off the tree turn. Jeremy Fletcher, championship driver. Got a great crew with him. Team Fallon Racing, boy, really got this thing rolling the right way. It has been a great season for Fletcher. He'll come down the front stretch. Jeremy Fletcher will pick up the win. He goes wire to wire, Rotex, Micromax. And how about Nikita Johnson? Going to throw the hands up, and boy, what a run for Nikita Johnson. So Nikita will come home 2nd. Jade Hubert comes home 3rd. Anderson Leonard, yet another top 5 for Anderson. He'll pick up the 4th spot. Javier de Cardenas will come home 5th. Granger Pereira 6th. Handberg will come home 7th. Leandro Martins 8th. Wilson Martins Jr. 9th. Rafael Grunzel 10th. Tristan Davila will pick up the 11th spot. Lawson Pohill 12th. Alex Jakey 13th. Monticelli 14th. Dean Dibdahl 15th. All those drivers coming home on the lead lap, finishing 16th. Down 7 laps, Finn Wedlake in the number 1. So wire to wire for Jeremy Fletcher. And Jeremy setting quick lap time 34.703 for Fletcher. So Chris and the gang got to be happy as Fletcher just keeps it rocking and rolling. What a season for Jeremy. So senior drivers going to make their way out, 15 laps. Local option, that'll be local option. Junior, senior drivers, we need you on the grid. That'll be local option. We need you on the grid, junior, senior drivers. Again, your Rock Senior Tag Masters, Rotex Masters, again, they will line up via qualifying time, not by group. Again, they will line up by qualifying time. So we'll line them up exactly like that. Bobby Ross will on the pole position, Rock Senior driver. Outside row 1, Tag Masters driver Miguel Grunzel in the 403. In row number 2, Tag Masters driver Jeff Smith in the 96 and Craig Blair in the 47. Rotex Masters driver Danny Robertson starting in the 09. Next to him, it'll be Daniel Gray in the 616. Pete Fritchie in the 608 starting 7th overall. Jason Nelson 8 in the number 4. Richard Lowe starting 9th in the 91. We'll pick up the green. We're underway. Your senior drivers, we'll correct that, your Masters drivers. Need local option, junior, senior drivers, you're on the grid. Local option, junior, senior, you're on the grid. Yeah, local option, junior, senior drivers, you're on the grid. That'll be shifters, you'll be pre-grid. Shifters, you're pre-grid.
Andrew, got a copy?
So 15 laps, your Masters. Again, no big surprise. Obviously, Bobby Ross, one of the quicker ones out there with that Rock Senior. That card is probably one of the fastest ones out there. He's up front on the top position. Danny Robertson, your Rotex Masters leader. That'll be your Rotex Masters leader. Tag Masters right now, it's Miguel Grunzel. That'll be your Tag Masters leader, Miguel Grunzel. So Bobby Ross, your overall race leader. That's your Rock Senior leader. Miguel Grunzel, Tag Masters leader. Danny Robertson, your leader on the Rotex Masters side. So Miguel Grunzel, Tag Masters leader. Jeff Schmidt second. Craig Blair third, Tag Masters. Rotex Masters is Danny Robertson, your leader. Nelson second. Gray third. Lowe running fourth. Fritchie running in the 5th position. All drivers currently on the lead lap. The overall fast time going to Bobby Ross, 30.423 for Bobby Ross. So Bobby Ross will come around. Crosses the line for the 7th time. He'll pick up the halfway point this time by 7 down, 7 to go. Bobby Ross, your leader on the Rock Senior side. Rotex Masters leader, it is Danny Robertson. Jason Nelson second. Daniel Gray running third. Richard Lowe fourth. Pete Fritchie fifth. Tag Masters, Miguel Grunzel your leader. Schmidt second. Craig Blair running third on the Tag Masters. So Bobby Ross making it 30.423 back in lap number 5 for Bobby Ross. Local option, junior and senior drivers, we need you to the grid. Local option. So top 3 in the Rotex Masters, Danny Robertson. Danny got about a 4-second gap between him and second place running Jason Nelson. Daniel Gray and Jason Nelson really duking it out for that second spot on the Rotex Masters side. Both of those drivers pretty close running in that second and third spot Rotex Masters. Local option, junior, senior drivers, we need you on the grid. You're up next. Shifters, your pre-grid. So 11 laps complete. Bobby Ross, that is your Rock Senior overall leader. Rotex Masters, Danny Robertson, Nelson, and Daniel Gray. That'll be 1, 2, 3. Lowe running fourth. Pete Fritchie running fifth on the Rotex Masters. Tag Masters, Miguel Grunzel pretty well in command on the Tag Masters side. He's hanging on to a good lead. Tag Masters leader Miguel Grunzel. Local option, junior, senior drivers, you're up next. So final circuit, 1 to go. Bobby Ross, overall leader. There he is. Bobby taking that white flag. Danny Robertson, your Rotex Masters leader. Here comes Danny down the front stretch. There's your Rotex Masters leader. Miguel Grunzel, your Tag Masters leader. So Bobby Ross flying right along, and that is your overall quick time. And your overall leader, Bobby Ross. Great young man. What a great kid. Loves to talk racing and has a lot of fun. Bobby Ross will come by and he'll score the win. Rock Senior winner, Bobby Ross. Danny Robertson will pick up the win, Rotex Masters. On the Tag Masters side, Miguel Grunzel picks up the win on the Tag Masters. So your rundown, Bobby Ross, Rock Senior winner. On the Rotex Masters side, Danny Robertson, your winner. Nelson second, Gray third, Fritchie fourth, fifth it'll be Lowe. Tag Masters, Miguel Grunzel, your winner. Schmidt second, Craig Blair third. So up next, it'll be local option. Junior, senior drivers going 15 laps. On the junior side, Jimmy Jackson setting quick time. Jimmy in the 46. Outside of him, Hunter Fox in the number 3. And Ryan Rogers in the number 12. On the senior side, in row number 1, Rafael Leon in the 23. Nick Hill in the 6 outside row 1. In row 2, the 9 at Jim Fry, Michael Grunzel in the number 4. Row 3, it'll be Mike Sarachman in the number 72. John Fuchs in the 41. In row 4, Ryan Cherry in the number 8, and it'll be Mark Lazan in the number 11. And Frank Thrift will be in the 11X. So senior drivers up front, junior drivers in the back. Hunter Fox, current points leader on the junior side. Ryan Rogers, second. Jimmy Jackson making his first start here in the Fall-Winter Series, race weekend number 2. On the senior side, Nick Hill. Starting outside of row number 1, current points leader. Hill coming off a win last month. Michael Grunzel, 5th in the point standings. So Nick Hill looking for 2 in a row here this weekend. Right now, got to concentrate here on the pre-final. Need shifters. Shifters, we'll need you on the grid. Shifters. Need shifter drivers. We'll need you to the grid. Shifters. Again, kid carts can make your way to the grid for your final. We will take a 10-minute break for our workers between the shifters and kid carts, but we'll need kid carts to the grid for your final. So up front is your senior drivers. Rafael Leon and Nick Hill, row number 1. Fry Grunzel, row 2. Sarachman Fuchs, row 3. Cherry and Lazan, row 4. Frank Thrift in row 5. They're ready to go. Brian shows in the green. We're underway. Group number 2, your juniors. Jackson Fox, row 1. And Ryan Rogers in row number 2. That's your junior drivers. As they'll come to the line, Brian going to show them green, and they're underway. And your overall quick time, Rafael Leon in the 23, 35.671. And right now, Leon up front as he works off the tree turn. Build up a little bit of momentum as they come to the top part of the oval. Nick Hill coming off a win back in September. Right now running in that second position. Good start for the 9, Jim Fry. Earlier, Jim qualified in that 5th place position. We'll correct that, qualified actually 3rd for Jim. Right now, Fry running in that 3rd place position on the entry to the tree turn. Senior driver, Jim Fry. Jim making his first start here with the Fall-Winter Series, and he's about to see that spot go by because right to the inside is the 4. Michael Grunzel. Michael going to find himself a little drag race coming down into turn number 1. Grunzel on the inside, and he's going to hug that corner, and he's going to be able to get by. So Jim Fry will drop back into that 4 spot as Michael Grunzel muscles his way up into that 3rd place position. Michael making his 2nd start, finished 5th last month in that number 4. Right now he'll come off the tree turn holding on the 3rd. Behind him is Jim Fry in the number 9. That is 3rd and 4th. Now in exchange for that 5th place position. Mike Sarachman going to jump up a spot. He moves into position. So Mike up to 5th. Jim Fuchs back to 6th. Frank Thrift running 7th. On the junior side, currently up front, it is the number 8. We'll correct. That'll be the 3 of Hunter Fox. So correction, Hunter Fox, your leader on the junior side. Jimmy Jackson 2nd. Ryan Rogers 3rd. again, your junior drivers, Fox your leader, Jackson and Rogers, 1, 2, 3 on the junior side. Again, Jim Fry not going to let Grunzel get away. He just keeps him right on his bumper through turn number 1.
He tried to come inside on the 8. Well, I want to watch.
Now Jimmy Jackson peeking around as he works on the 8. That is Ryan Cherry, senior driver, trying to get around him to get back in behind Hunter Fox. Again, those are 2 separate classes. One junior driver of Jimmy Jackson and Hunter Fox up front on the junior side. There's Hunter Fox now going to make his way to the top part of the oval. Need shifter drivers. I need you to the grid. Shifters. There's Hunter Fox going to cross the line. Jackson running second. Running third will be Ryan Rogers on the junior side. Nick Hill, overall quick time, currently running second. Nick with a 35.699 for Nick Hill. Nick was about 0.2 of a second behind your leader last time by. And Hill will stay right there on the heels of Rafael Leon. Jim Fry still chipping away at Michael Grunzel as they make their way midway through the chicane. That race there for that third spot. So Nick Hill coming off a win back in September, right there in contention as we'll get cross flags this time by halfway. 7 and 8 to go on the senior side. Your one and only leader so far, Rafael Leon. Running second is Nick Hill. Grunzel running third. Jim Fry running in that 4th position. 5th it'll be Trift. Rockman running 6th. Fuchs running 7th. 8th it'll be Luzon. 9th it'll be Ryan Cherry. On the junior side, Hunter Fox your leader. Jackson running second. And Mark Luzon running in the 3rd position. So all drivers on the lead lap as they'll complete lap number 8 this time by. Leon into number 23, Nick Hill in the 6. Got a good little battle still up there. Grunzel and Jim Fry, that is for 3rd. Those 2 drivers really battling out earlier on. Again, Jim Fry got around Grunzel, but Michael fought himself right back into 3rd. Rafael Leon, your overall quick time, 35.669. For your senior driver, and he's still being pestered. Nick Hill going to work the back end of him off the top of the oval. So Nick Hill runs the tire tracks your leader, stays right in tow through turn number 1. Now goes to the outside again, is staying. As Leon trying to get all the advantage coming off of turn number 1 to break away. From Nick Hill, Nick going to stay in pursuit as they come their way down into turn and then a tree turn.
Number 403, I believe it would be Tag Masters, maybe. DQ Spark Plug.
Jim Fry working on Michael Grunzel. That is for 3rd. Jim going to put the bumper right to him. Meantime, your leader across the stripe for the 10th time. Rafael Leon, Nick Hill nose to tail through the entry of the chicane. They'll continue to keep that battle going off the chicane. Rafael in the 23, Nick Hill in the 6. There's your top 2 drivers still. Nose to tail. In the meantime, Jackson working on Hunter Fox. Again, those are your junior drivers to turn number 1. Now Nick Hill going to get a little extra boost now as he goes wheel to wheel to the top part of the oval. They're going to challenge for the lead down the front stretch. Drag race at the line. And as he'll come down into turn number 1, Leon with just a little more momentum down that front stretch, and he'll shut the door through the chicane. So Nick Hill takes a shot at your leader a couple different times, unable to get around your race leader. So good little battle there with 11 laps in, 4 to go. Those are your senior drivers off the tree turn for the lead. Still battling Grunzel and Fry as they come off the tree turn. That is for 3rd and 4th. And now Fry going to go the inside. Let's see if he can make it stick. And he's got the momentum as he finally gets around Grunzel for 3rd. 12 laps in, 3 to go. Meantime, new leader on the junior side. That'll be Jackson. Gets around Hunter Fox. So Jackson up front now on the junior side. There's Hunter holding on the second. Rafael Leon picked up the quick time and qualified. Right now he's got slower traffic ahead of him as he comes down the front stretch. We'll see if that'll be any kind of a problem for Nick Hill as they come down into turn number 1. 13 laps in, 2 to go. So a couple good battles going on. Now Hunter Fox along with Jimmy Jackson. We'll see what they do with lap traffic ahead of them as they come off the top of the oval. They'll pick up 2 to go this time by. There's Jackson. He's got slower traffic ahead of him. As does your leader, Rafael Leon on the senior side. See Leon now, how he maneuvers around lap traffic down the front stretch. He'll work around the 12. That'll be Ryan Rogers. Clears him. No problem there. White flag up. 1 to go. Meantime, Hunter Fox closing in on Jimmy Jackson. Jackson kind of hung up in lap traffic as they make their way to the top part of the oval. Fox will see if he's got enough room to work it around it. White flag up for your junior drivers. Meantime, checking in, Rafael Leon on your senior side up front. Nick Hill trying to reel him in as they'll make their way to the top of the oval. It looks like he's got plenty of cushion now. The 23, Rafael Leon, will score the win. That's your junior winner. Nick Hill coming home second. Boy, great run for Jim Fry. As him and Grunzel continue the battle, Jim will pick up that third spot. Meantime, here comes Hunter Fox. Jimmy Jackson going to pick up the win on the junior side. Hunter will come home second. And Ryan Rogers will be scored in that third position. Need kid carts. We'll need you to the grid. Kid carts. You are pre-grid for your final. Again, we will take a 10-minute break between our shifters and our finals. Again, shifters last pre-final. Take a 10-minute break, and then we'll get right into your finals. So shifters will cycle around. Don't forget to go to the website, Ocala Grand Prix. Check out our store and everything we take care of with all the products, apparel, car parts, engine parts, fuel, gauges. We'll take care of your cart stands, miscellaneous parts, seats. We can take care of it. Service, we do it all. Right here at Ocala Grand Prix. You can go to the website, ocalagrandprix.com for all of your needs, and we'll hook you up. Of course, all of our services here, and a lot of specials going on. Never know what George has got under his sleeve, and always got some neat things going on here at the Ocala Grand Prix. And of course, they've got the cart rentals going on, the labor, shop labor rates right there on the website. We work on Micromax, Minimax, Junior Max, Senior, DD2. We'll work on them all. So check it out, the website, ocalagrandprix.com. Need kid cards to the grid for your final. Again, we will have a 10-minute break after we conclude with our shifters. And again, we'll need our kid cart drivers to the grid. Club cart drivers, you will be pre-grid. So shifter drivers will come down to the front stretch. Mayo Livingston rocks senior driver in the 537. Michael D. Cusada in the number 524. Stock moto driver Farshed Bagari in the 605. CJ Dickerson in the 10. Jim Lewis in the 24. Michael Stevens in the 41F. That is your junior driver. So no start, we'll send them around. And we'll need kid carts to the grid, kid carts. That one shut down here on the front stretch. I believe that is CJ Dickerson in the number 10, and it is. We'll get them lined up. Row number 1, Mayo Livingston, Michael D. Cusada. Farshed Bagari, Michael Stevens, row number 2. CJ Dickerson, Jim Lewis, row number 3. Brian got to look him over. Left arm up, getting ready to hit those gears. Boy, Michael Stevens, a little jump in the gun there. He tried to squeeze it to the front. CJ Dickerson again comes to a complete stop. Well, looks like CJ going to just put that cart in the infield and call it quits here for the pre-final. Good competitor there. CJ Dickerson has to shut it down. Trying to get it started. Need kid carts to the grid. Kid carts need you to the grid for your final. So CJ will get the gloves off, unstrap the helmet, and we'll watch it from the infield. Well, 15 laps your shifter, last pre-final of the day. Kid carts, you'll be now on grid. Rotax club carts, your pre-grid. And Mayo Livingston set quick time in qualifying earlier this morning. He had a 29.433. He's at a 29.792 right now for Mayo. Tell you, Michael DeCusada continuing to stay right there in the tracks of your leader. So Michael having a pretty good run. Michael qualified with a 29.571 earlier this morning. And those are your two Rock Senior drivers right there coming into the tree turn. Livingston the 537, DeCusada in the 524. Farshed Bagari, your leader in the stock moto side. Lewis second. And junior shifter driver Michael Stevens in the 41F. There's Michael going to cross the line for the fifth time. So senior driver, Rock Senior, Mayo Livingston your leader. Michael DeCusada running second. Stock Moto, Bagari your leader. Lewis running second. And junior driver Michael Stevens. Michael turning a lap of 30.546 in lap number 4. Michael Stevens, 30.492 for Michael Stevens. Well, Michael Stevens really hitting them paddles well, hits his shifts, finds his marks. Does an outstanding job. Again, youngster Michael Stevens. And again, Michael hasn't really been running that shifter all that long. Probably seems like it the way he's got it dialed in, but really likes the shifter cart. Michael Stevens out of Spring Hill, Florida. Right now, he's down into turn number 1 with halfway in. So on the Rock Senior side, Livingston your leader, DeCusada running second. Stock Moto, Farshed Bagari your leader, Jim Lewis running second. C.J. Dickerson, no laps complete for the 10 of C.J. Dickerson. Junior driver Michael Stevens right now running 4th overall in the entire field for the youngster in the number 41F, Michael Stevens. Traffic stretching out. Kid carts, you're on the grid. Kid carts, you're on the grid for your final. Kids will go 10 laps in their final. So 10 laps complete, 5 to go. Mayo Livingston just turned a 29.695 for your overall leader. 29.695 Mayo Livingston. Michael DeCusada, Michael with a 29.841. Rock Senior driver. There's Michael, going to cross the timing and scoring loop. That'll complete 11 laps for those two drivers. Farshed Bagari, stock moto leader. Jim Lewis second on the stock moto. Michael Stevens, your junior driver. So Mayo Livingston continue to pick up the pace. He'll cross it for the 12th time, so 3 laps to go. Last pre-final of the day. Kid carts, you're on grid. Again, we will take a 10-minute break. So as your leader comes around to the top part of the oval, that is Mayo Livingston. Nice young man. And boy, Mayo been driving a long time. Takes that Tony cart down into turn number 1, gets the signal 2 to go for Mayo Livingston. So Mayo moving right along. Michael DeCusada currently running in that second spot, 1.7 seconds behind your leader. Farshed Bagari running 3rd overall. He is your stock moto leader. Jim Lewis second on the stock moto side. Michael Stevens is your junior driver. So white flag, 1 to go. Male Livingston, Michael D. Cusada. Farshed Bagari, Michael Stevens crossed on the line. So there it is, Male Livingston overall winner, and he'll pick up the win on the Rock Senior side. D. Cusada will come home second. On the Stock Moto side, the win will go to Farshed Bagari. Jim Lewis second, and your junior driver is Michael Stevens. That'll take us up into our finals. Again, we will get set at 3:30, and again, it'll be 3:30 for our first final of the day with your kid card. So again, our final will start at 3:30 with your kid cards. So we'll need kid carts, green flag at 3:30. Club carts, you will follow your kid carts. So we'll need club cart drivers, your pre-grid. So we'll get set. 3:30 will be the start of our finals. So just a couple of minutes out, our kid carts will start us off with their final. And they'll go 10 laps. Rotex Club Kart drivers, again, you will run your 16-lap final. Again, we may have your attention in the pit area, in the grid area. At this time, we'd like to direct your attention to the center of the track, and we'd like to have everybody please rise. We ask gentlemen to please remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. Let's go racing as we roll into our finals. Again, kid kart drivers will get them ready to rock and roll, and they'll get it going for 10 laps. Your kid karts will start us out. They'll go 10 laps. Rotex Club Kart drivers, you'll go 16. So we'll need Club Kart drivers. You are now pre-grid. Again, good afternoon and welcome to the Ocala Grand Prix for race weekend number 2 Fall Winter Local Series as we get set for our finals. Don't forget to go to the website, Ocala Grand Prix, for all of your needs. Don't forget kart rentals, our Arrive and Drive program, online store services. We can take care of you. It's all right there on the website, OcalaGrandPrix.com. So we're about ready to go with your kid karts as they're set the first final of the day. And again, we'll get them ready to roll out. And here's how we'll line them up inside row number 1. What a final, pre-final. We saw from Ricky Case, started dead last, picked up the win. And Ricky Case will be inside of row number 1. Ricky in the number 75. Outside row 1, it'll be Sebastian Weldon in the number 7. In row number 2, on the inside, Jorge Ortiz in the number 5. Ortiz set quick time in qualifying this morning. He'll start 3rd. Samuel Igua in the number 8 will start 4th. 5th, it'll be the 29, Tom Shoecraft, the 3rd. Starting in the 6th spot, Carson Walters in the 55. Melina Brickner in the 59 will start 7th. Corbin Pohill in the number 11 will start 8th. Ricky Case again picked up the pre-final victory. Jorge Ortiz set quick time in qualifying earlier this morning. Sebastian Weldon, your winner back in race weekend number 1. And Sebastian's been right there in the mix of things. We'll see if he could snatch his second win, or will he have a different winner here this weekend. And the kid karts have been very exciting. A lot of these drivers, got to believe all of them returning from the spring summer series. Even though they're so young, so tiny, again, they're gaining that experience and really doing an outstanding job. So your kid kart's about ready to roll out. First final of the day, 10 laps. Rotex Club Kart drivers, we need you to the grid, your pre-grid. That'll be Rotex Club Kart drivers. We need you to the grid for your final. You will go 16 laps. Mini Rock drivers, you'll go 12 laps. Junior drivers, you're going to go 16 laps. Micro Max, you'll go 12 laps for your final. Masters, 16 laps. Your local option, junior, senior, shifter drivers, all going to go 16 laps. So got ready to go your kid kart drivers. Sebastian Weldon picking up the win back in September. Ricky Case finishing second. Jorge Ortiz finishing third. Carson Walters fourth. Samuel fifth. And Melina Brickner finishing sixth. So a couple drivers making their first start here in the Fall-Winter Series, the 29. Tom Shoecraft the third. Corbin Bohill in the 11. Good looking field of drivers, 8 in the field ready to go for their final 10 laps. And they came out of the gate for that pre-final with fireworks between Sebastian Weldon. Jorge Ortiz really duking it out. And it all came down to Ricky Case, who qualified dead last. And Ricky Case coming from the back of the field and taking advantage of the little mix-up between Weldon and Ortiz, but a little bit of right place, the right time. It's racing, and sometimes that's how it rolls. So we're about ready to go. Kid karts. Again, looks like as far as the weather, we should be in very good shape as far as rain. We've seen the worst of it, a little shower this morning. And see a little bit of breeze now coming from the north to the south. So that'll be going right into the drivers' faces. They come from the south and head into the turn number 1. Yeah, they'll come off turn 1 right into that chicane. So Ricky Case inside row 1, Sebastian Weldon. In the number 7 outside row 1. Brian going to look him over. They'll come out of the grid area ready to show him green. It's up. We're underway. Boy, Weldon on the outside. 3 wide as they come to the line. In the inside, that is the 55 Carson Walters. Then you got the 8 of Samuel and Corbin Pohill. They go single file into the chicane. Sebastian Weldon got off to a very good start. Don't think Ricky Case got off to the start he wanted. But a long way to go. Just picking up the green flag. Top 3 drivers pretty well button up on the entry into the tree turn. They'll come off the tree turn for the first time. And Ricky Case right there becomes the meat of the sandwich on the entry to the top part of the oval. And they'll work down the front stretch for the first time, led by the 7 of Sebastian Weldon. Ortiz in the 5, holding on to that 3rd spot. So the field will head down into turn number 1. Pretty competitive field of drivers right here. Case, Weldon, Ortiz, your top 3 through the chicane. Again, Ricky picking up that pole position. Yeah, and Ricky Case coming off really not a very good qualifying effort. That car just did not seem to have what he needed to get it out. Qualified dead last with a 53.291. Well, Ortiz qualified on the pole 43.560. Now here they come side by side. Ortiz and Ricky Case got a good little battle heating up now for that 2nd spot into turn number 1. It looks like Ricky Case might have been the one that gone around. We've seen Ortiz coming through. There's Weldon through the tree turn and definitely got some contact. I believe Ricky Case and Ortiz. There's Ortiz now coming off there. Ricky Case is the driver that got together with Ortiz. So Sebastian Weldon getting some breathing room now. A little warning there to Ortiz. So apparently Ortiz making contact with Ricky Case. So your running order with just 3 laps in. Weldon your leader, 5.2 second advantage. Ortiz running second, Samuel running third, Tom Shoecraft running fourth, Carson Walters running fifth, Ricky Case running sixth, Polehill. We'll correct that. It'll be Brickner sixth, Case seventh, Polehill running in the 8th position. Overall quick time going to the 7 of Sebastian Weldon, 43.702 for Sebastian. So Sebastian off of turn number 1 opens up a 5.9 second advantage for Sebastian Weldon. Ortiz running second, Samuel running third. Samuel coming home last month with a 5th place finish. Ortiz finishing third. All in behind the 7 of Sebastian Weldon. So all drivers currently on the lead lap. Corbin Polehill will work off the top part of the oval. And now apparently we'll put him down a lap as Sebastian did clear him. So Lawson will be 1 lap down. All drivers will be on the lead lap except for the 11 of Polehill. Sebastian Weldon just turned a 43.302. A pretty good lap time for Sebastian, dipping into that 43-second bracket. He is now 7.7 seconds ahead of Ortiz. Sebastian 43.302. Ortiz 44.739. The club kart drivers will need you on the grid. Club kart drivers, you're now on the grid. Weldon, 42.962. So squeezing all he can out of that 7 machine. Sebastian Weldon, 42.962. And he is flying solo with a 9.6 second advantage for Sebastian Weldon. So Weldon your leader, Ortiz running second, Samuel running third, Shoecraft running fourth, Walters running fifth, Case running sixth, Brickner running seventh, Polehill running in the 8th position. Overall quick time going to Weldon, 42.962, 11.6 second advantage now for Sebastian. Sebastian looking for his 2nd straight win, opened up the Fall-Winter Series with a win back in September. So he is cruising right along. There's Sebastian. He'll get 2 to go this time by. So Sebastian Weldon off into turn number 1, carrying a commanding lead. And boy, there's Weldon really checking out on the field now. 14.2 second lead for Sebastian. Ortiz holding on to that 2nd spot. Here comes Sebastian. He'll head to the top part of the oval. And he'll come down the front stretch. There's Sebastian Weldon with 1 to go this time by. So final circuit, Sebastian Weldon. Club kart drivers, we need you on the grid. Club kart drivers, you're up next. The Mini Rock, your pre-grid. Mini Rock, your pre-grid. So Sebastian, 15.5 second advantage. There's Ricky Case will cross the line in fifth. Kind of been an up and down day for Ricky. And your pre-final winner in the meantime, Weldon will cross the line. He'll go 2 in a row. As Sebastian Weldon picks up your first final today. Kid Kart winner in the number 7, Sebastian Weldon. Pretty solid run. Ortiz will pick up second. That is the second straight podium finish for Ortiz. Samuel will get his first podium here in the Fall-Winter Series. He'll come home third. Pretty good recovery. Ricky Case, he'll pick up the 4th position. Shoecraft 5th, Walters, Brickner, and Pohill. So Club Kart's going to make their way out. It'll be 16 laps. We'll need Mini Rock. You're now on the grid. Junior drivers, you're going to be pre-grid. There'll be Mini Rock, your grid. Junior drivers, you'll be pre-grid. Here's how we'll line them up. Jimmy Cabrera in the number 126 on the pole position. Outside row 1 will be the 112, your current points leader. And race weekend number 1 winner, Mike Crook in the 112. Mike setting quick time in qualifying this morning. In row number 2, Ramon Savalas in the 106. George Rafael in the 102 starting 4th. Salam in the 107. George in the 113. That'll be 5th and 6th. And Kelmer Brito in the 111 starting in the 7th position. 16 laps, Rotex Club Karts. And really, Jimmy Cabrera has been very, very strong. Jimmy qualified 2nd earlier this morning, and I got to tell you, he really dominated outside of the one time that he let Mike Crook come by. And then just went right back around him for the lead and the win. Jimmy Cabrera going to make his way out in the 126. Mini Rock, you're now on the grid. And junior drivers, you're pre-grid. Mini Rock. And great program. You want to get your feet wet in the world of racing? Arrive and Drive program. Second Saturday will be right back here in November. Rotex Club Karts, Arrive and Drive, and we're ready to go. Jimmy Cabrera, Mike Crook, row number 1. Brian, you got to show him green. Boy, Jimmy gets off to a nice start. Does a little bunny hop, kind of jumping up and down that seat. And we'll head through the chicane for lap number 1. Mini Rock, you're on the grid. Ken Jimmy running with us back in the spring and summer series, as did Mike Crook. A couple drivers have really got these club carts dialed in. They really like the way they handle. They got them pretty well dialed in as they work their way around for lap number 1. They'll head to the top part of the oval. Jimmy Cabrera, boy, he likes to move around in that seat, kind of looking ahead to the left, to the right. We'll see if he'll let Mike Crook catch him, but all of a sudden, Jimmy Cabrera, 1.4 second advantage, and he leads lap number 1 with a 38.133 for Jimmy Cabrera. Mike Crook now going to drop back into that third spot. Now goes side by side for that second position. Through the tree turn, he's going to get around for that position. Ramon Savalas. And that'll be Mike Crook and Savalas duking it out for that second spot. So Savalas back to third. George Raphael into that fourth position. Lim in the 107 fifth. The 113 sixth. Kelmer running seventh. Jimmy Cabrera. Lap number 2, 37.145. New quick time for Jimmy Cabrera. The way Jimmy's exiting that tree turn, he is just starting to open up that gap. Don't think he's going to wait around on Mike Crook this time, as he did in the pre-final. So Jimmy down the front stretch. He'll complete lap number 3. Going to look over that right shoulder. All he's going to see a 2.4 second deficit between him and Mike Crook as they head through the chicane. Mike Crook turning quick time, 37.103 for Mike Crook. So right now, Mike Crook got the hot rod. We'll see if he can gain some ground on your leader. Jimmy Cabrera exits off the tree turn. Nice and smooth as Mike Crook through the tree turn. Ramon Savalas, great guy in that 106, currently running third. Nobody around. Ramon Savalas, he'll come down to the timing and scoring loop. He'll cross it for the fourth time. Jimmy Cabrera, lap 4, 37.063. New quick time. Goes to your leader, Jimmy Cabrera. So top 3 drivers starting to really separate themselves between each other. Cabrera, your leader. Crook running second. Savalas running third. There's Ramon off the tree turn. But Jimmy Cabrera going to make his way down the front stretch. He'll complete it lap number 5. Looking over that right shoulder. And he's got a 2.5 second advantage over Mike Crook. Mike Crook just turned a new lap time. 37.018 for Mike Crook. So it's been back and forth between Jimmy and Mike. Who's got the fastest lap? Right now it goes to Mike Crook. Top 3 drivers, Cabrera, Crook, and Savalas, all in the 37-second bracket. Mike Crook, 37.018. Jimmy with a 37.063. And Ramon, 37.944. So 6 laps complete, 10 to go. We'll need mini rock drivers. We'll need you on the grid. Junior drivers, your pre-grid. George Raphael, I think George making his first start right now in that 4th place position. But Mike Crook holding on the second, 2.6 seconds behind your leader. Again, watching Mike in that spring-summer series, he was a driver, got out in open space. He was able to break away, but right now all he's going to do is see the bumper of the 126, 2.6 seconds ahead of him is Jimmy Cabrera, 7 laps in. We'll be closing in on the halfway point next time by. So next time by to be halfway. Pretty much follow the leader, and that leader is the 126 of Jimmy Cabrera. Last time by, Jimmy had a 2.6 second advantage. There he is off the top part of the oval. And it is smooth sailing right now for Jimmy. He'll pick up the halfway sign. So Jimmy picks up the halfway sign, 8 in, 8 to go. Jimmy Cabrera right now with a 2.7 second advantage. Cabrera started on the pole, and he has led every single lap so far. Mike Crook running second, 2.7 seconds behind your leader. Ramon Savalos to the 106 running third. George Raphael in the 102 running fourth. The 113, George Guerrier running fifth. Slam in the 107 running sixth, and Kelmer Brito running in the seventh position. All drivers on the lead lap. Overall quick time going to Jimmy Cabrera with a 36.552 as we work our way just over the halfway point in your Rotex Club cards. Mini Rock drivers, you're up next. Mini Rock, you're up next. So traffic stretching out, Jimmy Cabrera. And Mike Crook snatched the win back in September, race weekend number 1. So Cabrera, Crook, and Savalos across the line for the 10th time, 6 to go. Good racing family, Jimmy Cabrera having a little fun here with the club cards. He's got a 3.2 second advantage. Ramon Savalos back to third, 12.9 behind your leader. Jimmy Cabrera now in that 36-second bracket. Jimmy, 36.562, Jimmy Cabrera. Jimmy crossing the line, 12 laps in, 4 to go. 5.1 second advantage now for Jimmy, having it his way here. So Jimmy on track to make our second different winner here so far in the Fall-Winter Series. Mike Crook looking to get himself a second podium here, finish this afternoon. There's Mike, he'll cross the line for the 13th time, currently 5.3 seconds behind your leader. Racing action going on here in the back of the field. That'd be George Raphael in the 102 and George in the 113. Little battle for that fourth place position. Couple drivers bouncing off each other. And they cycle around. So we'll see 2 to go for Jimmy Cabrera. Jimmy going to make his way into that tree turn. Jimmy leading every single lap. And he started on the pole position. Jimmy Cabrera, he loves these karts, boy. He really likes the feel. He's got it down. And he'll get 2 to go. So Jimmy Cabrera, he'll see double sticks as he comes to the timing and scoring loop. 2 to go, Jimmy Cabrera. So white flag up, Jimmy Cabrera. So Jimmy will cycle around for the final time. 4.9 second advantage for Jimmy. Mike Crook holding on to that second spot. There's Ramon Savalas. Great group of guys. Had a lot of fun here today, and they'll work their way around. So there he is, pumping his fist. They're all going to wave him on. As Jimmy Cabrera goes wire to wire, he'll pick up the win. Mike Crook will come home second. On the podium, he'll join a couple of good guys again. That will be the 106 of Ramon Savalas. He's talking the talk and walking the walk. So Savalas gets on the podium. Great run for Ramon Savalas. Once again, this reminder as you do conclude your racing for the day, I ask you please be sure to return your transponders. Again, as you do wrap up your racing for the day. Those drivers with top 3 finishes, we'll have podium awards a little bit later on. As we conclude all of our racing, we'll get your medals to you. Again, those top 3 finishers. And also, we ask you please do not leave any trash around your pit area when you do exit the track this afternoon. We ask you please leave it the way you found it this morning, all nice and neat. Ask you please pick up any trash, debris around your pit area before you do leave. We do appreciate that here at the Ocala Grand Prix. So bringing one cart in and we'll get set to go with your mini rock. Lap final, and here's how we'll line them up inside of row number 1. Ryan Rackley be inside of row number 1. Ryan in the 133. James Agosi in a 48 outside of row number 1. In row number 2, the 170, Andrew Massell in the 170. Bryce Haynes in the 111 will start 4th, and Nick Trumbull in the 178 will start in the 5th position. 12 laps, Mini Rockety. Junior drivers, you're on grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. Micromax, your pre-grid for your final. So Rackley setting quick time in qualifying. And backed it up with a win in that pre-final. Ryan Rackley coming off a podium in September, finished 2nd. Andrew Massell coming home 4th in race weekend number 1. Bryce Haynes 5th. And this is a big weekend for Ryan Rackley. He could take over the points lead As a couple drivers not racing with us here this weekend on the Mini Rock side, Arias Dumajan did score the win. Jeremy Fairburn finishing third. Jeremy not in the field. Jeremy on the junior side next up for him. So Ryan Rackley needs a good run here, and he can check out of the track here today as your points leader. Still early on as we just rolling into race weekend number 2. "12 laps." Brian going to look him over, likes what he sees. Yet another very good start for Ryan Rackley, the Georgia driver. And Ryan nice and smooth off of turn number 1. He'll head through the chicane. Little heavy traffic toward the back end of the field. Nick Trumbull, Andrew Massell, Bryce Haynes all mixing it up now as they'll head into the tree turn for the first time. Boy, pretty good start for that second place car as they make their way to the top part of the oval. Boy, they're really mixing it up. Third, fourth, and fifth. James Agozi, Haynes. Meantime, Andrew Massell gets off to a great start. Here comes James Agozi, going to stuff it in there for third. Bryce Haynes goes right with him. Boy, Bryce hanging it out there, took a shot at it. He stayed in behind James Agozi. Couple drivers spent some laps together in Rod Cup USA, so they know how to get around. And boy, they are aggressive coming off that tree turn. Agozi in the 48, Haynes in the 111 as they work their way to the front. Trying to track down Rackley. Boy, Andrew coming out of the gate very strong. And Andrew not wasting any time, so he keeps right on the heels of Ryan Rackley. Thing is, you cannot let Ryan get away. Another driver very good in open space. He can get away. But right now, he's going to be pestered by the 170, Andrew Massell. Andrew making his first start here in the Mini Rock with us in the spring, fall-winter series as we work our way to the top part of the oval. The 170, Andrew Massell, stays right there in the tire tracks of your leader, Ryan Rackley. In the meantime, running third, James Agozi, 33.213. That's a new quick time for James Agozi. And James, another driver making his first start here in the fall-winter series. Again, coming off a great run. Look at this, Andrew Massell really making it tough on Ryan Rackley. Ryan really sailed pretty easy in that pre-final. And right now, they're going to work them over as they come down the front stretch. Here comes James Agozi. Bryce Haynes going to start to reel them in. They're definitely closing in on that second place card of Andrew Massell. So Ryan Rackley could lay down earlier, and they've now got a 4-cart battle heading to the tree turn. Rackley, Massell, Agozi, and Haynes off the tree turn. Great battle. Single files ahead to the top of the oval. 4 laps complete. They'll lap it up number 5 this time by. Again, Ryan Rackley going to look over his right shoulder. Now crisscrossing over James Agozi. He's got enough room. He'll clear Andrew through the chicane. So the new hunter now becomes the 48 of James Agozi. He's on the move now. Remember, James Agozi, lap number 5. He turned a 33.190. So he's a little bit quicker than Ryan Rackley. Ryan, 33.353. Well, your leader's going to work their way around. Nick Trumbull going to bail out of that cart, loses a wheel, and he'll park it coming off the tree turn. In the meantime, single file through the top part of the chicane. Rackley, Agozi, Massell, and Haynes all button up now off the chicane. So just over the halfway point. Again, 6 laps in, 6 to go. So far, it's been your one and only leader out of Georgia, Ryan Rackley. Set quick time in qualifying and picked up the win in the pre-final. But he is being worked over now as they come off the top of the oval. James Agozi, very crafty driver, and he's got momentum coming down the front stretch. Agozi running the tire tracks of Ryan off of turn number 1. Through the chicane they come. James Agozi, 33.157 in lap number 6. Rackley, lap number 6. His quick time, 33.346. Andrew Massell just turned a 33.201. Bryce Haynes, 33.224. You couldn't get any closer as they come single file the top part of the oval. And Rackley Again, it's tough to get this young man rattled. He just stays in there very composed, just moving right along. Again, he did not have it this easy in that pre-final, but again, stays right there, hits his marks, and keeps it going forward too with the chicane. Off into the tree turn they come. They'll make the entry of the tree turn. 8 laps complete. So it's Rackley, your leader, at Gozy running second. Massell and Haynes. Any of these drivers can get it done as they come off the top part of the oval. They'll shoot down the front stretch. Seeing all these drivers running with the Rock Cup USA Series, and boy, oh boy, they have picked up a lot of experience. You talk about talent right here through the chicane, led by Ryan Rackley. It goes another very talented driver, and at 48 stays right there in the wheelhouse of your leader through the tree turn they come. Bryce Haynes into that third place position. He works around Andrew. So Bryce Haynes now trying to get himself a podium finish here this season. Bryce looking for his first podium here in the Fall-Winter Series. And now looking to the inside. Plenty of room. They'll clear him. Brand new leader. As James Agozi jumps to the top position. So a new leader here with 10 laps in. It's James Agozi. Finally muscled his way through. Had that open lane through turn 1. Again, James with quick lap time, 33.157. Rackley hanging on to second. Bryce Haynes running third. Andrew Massell running in that fourth position. Now look at this little drag race down into turn number 1. In the meantime, wheel to wheel for that third spot. Haynes going to fight off Andrew as they come into the chicane. So not only a battle up front, good little race for that third spot and final position on the podium. It looked like Andrew going to take a shot. Now he goes to the inside. Bryce Haynes going to bounce around, still side by side. Battling for that third spot to the top part of the oval, and it will be Massell will pick up that third spot. Got a little tight. So picking up the win will go to James Agozi. Ryan Rackley coming home second. Massell picks up third. He'll get his podium finish. Bryce Haynes and Nick Trumbull. Need Micromax. We need you to the grid. That'll be Micromax. Need you to the grid. Senior drivers, you're pre-grid. So once again, Micromax, you're on grid. Senior drivers, you're pre-grid. Senior drivers, you're pre-grid. So junior drivers, Rock Jr., Jeremy Fairburn into 287. Ryan Johnson into 203. Tag junior driver, Matthias Berlin into 412. Rotex Jr., Jet Nolan into 250. John Perry Hilton the 18. And Charlie Ayers into 419. Green is up. We're underway. 16 laps. Your junior drivers. Again, Rotex, Rock, and Tag. Micromax, you're now on the grid. Senior drivers, you're pre-grid. Senior drivers, you're pre-grid. So a little freight train of traffic coming off of the tree turn. No big surprise. It's the 287, Jeremy Fairburn up front. There's Jeremy down into turn number 1. So Jeremy turning quick lap time in lap number 3, 31.422, Rock Jr. leader. And overall leader, Ryan Johnson second in the Rock Jr. side. Tag Jr. driver, Matthias Berlin. He is 31.944. Jet Nolan continue to be a Rotex Jr. leader. John Perry Hilton running second. Well, we'll flip it over. John Perry just takes over the top spot. So John Perry Hilton, your leader in the Rotex Junior. Jet running second. And Charlie Ayers running third. Again, Jeremy with a lap of 31.346. Back in lap number 5 for Jeremy. Again, Rock Jr. leader. Jet Nolan right back up to the top spot on the Rotex Junior side. So Jet Nolan, your leader now on the Rotex Junior. So it's been a little battle between Jet Nolan and John Perry Hilton. Again, your two Rotex Junior drivers. Jet in the 250, John in the 18. And he continued to wrestle around down that front stretch. Look at this battle. Again, they're side by side. Jet Nolan, John Perry Hilton into turn number 1. So again, they continue to do battle. That is your Rotex Junior battle for the lead. Jet in the 250, John Perry Hilton the 18. 7 laps complete. We'll be working on lap number 8 this time by. It'll be halfway. So 8 laps in, 8 to go, just over the halfway point. A little warning there on the 250 at Jet Nolan. Right now, Jet, your Rotex Junior leader. John Perry Hilton staying in the tire tracks at Jet as they come through that chicane. Again, your leaders just over the halfway point. Jeremy will complete lap number 9. So now John Perry Hilton will regain that top position. Rotex Jr. They'll come down the front stretch. And John, your leader on the entry to turn number 1. Good little race between those two. And Jet Nolan chipping away, working on the backside. Now Jet going to swing it out wide off the exit of the chicane. Cannot get around John as they come into the tree turn. Again, now in exchange, Jet Nolan going to cross over. Now he finds himself in a side-by-side drag race to the top part of the oval. Jet Nolan out on the low side. They continue to duke it out off the top of the oval. Jet Nolan going to muscle his way into the top position. So Jet Nolan regains the lead. Rotex Jr. Fairbairn your leader. Rock Jr. Berlin your leader. Tag Jr. Jet Nolan. Now back up front, Rotex Jr. Good little battle there. John Perry Hilton not going to lay down. He continues to keep them fist up and duking it out with your leader. As they'll come to the top part of the oval. Good one going on for your Rotex Jr. for the lead. Jet Nolan into 250. John Perry Hilton in the 18. They'll exit off of turn number 1. John going to keep the heat on him through the chicane. Off the chicane they come. Jeremy Fairbairn across the line, just cruising right along. Getting a little seat time there for Jeremy to 287. He's got 12 laps in. So here comes Jet Nolan now to the entry of the top part of the oval. Yeah, that is your Rotex Junior battle for the lead down the front stretch. 12 laps in for those drivers. They'll exit off at turn number 1. Yeah, it looks like John had gotten him coming through that chicane. And so they'll come and do battle now through the tree turn. So John Perry Hilton back up front and enough to get around Jet Nolan. So Jet back in the second. John Perry up front now. So all of a sudden, Jet Nolan becomes the hunter as they head down the front stretch. 13 laps complete this time by. Pretty good battle, Rotex Jr. for that top position on the podium. Meantime, Jeremy will pick up 2 to go. That'll be your Rock Jr. leader, Jeremy Fairbairn, with 2 to go in the meantime. Rotex Jr. battle continues to heat up through the tree turn. Jet Nolan in pursuit of John Perry Hilton to the top part of the oval. Here they come down the front stretch. They'll get 2 to go this time by. And Ryan Johnson, that is your Rock Jr. second place cart. Meantime, Jeremy will pick up the white flag, 1 to go. So here they come into the tree turn, just whipping around there. That is John Perry Hilton. Can he hang on for a lap and a half to go as they come off the tree turn? Got a good 3-cart length advantage as they head to the top part of the oval. John Perry Hilton in the 18. He's going to see the white flag. He's got 1 to go. Does Jet Nolan have enough to get around your leader on the entry to turn number 1? He's got 1 more shot at him as they'll come midway through the chicane. Now separated by 2.5 cart lengths. Fairbairn will pick up the win. That is your Rock Jr. winner. Now lap traffic ahead of your leaders. How will they play this out? Through the tree turn they come. Can Jet Nolan cash in on lap traffic? I'm going to slow him down. Crisscross move over for John Perry Hilton to the inside. Hilton down the front stretch. Here they come. John Perry Hilton. He'll pick up the win. Jet Nolan doing the old bunny hop, trying to squeeze all he can out of that cart, but comes up short. So it'll be John Perry Hilton, your winner, Rotex Jr., Jet Nolan, and Charlie Ayers. Picking up Rock Jr., Jeremy Fairbairn, and Tag Jr. will go to Matthias Berland. So again, a great run for John Perry Hilton as he scores the win. And a great battle between him and Jet Nolan, having a little fun here on a Saturday afternoon at the Ocala Grand Prix. Need senior drivers. We need you on the grid. Senior drivers on the grid. Local option, your pre-grid. Local option, junior, senior drivers, your pre-grid. So we are ready to go. Big race, Rotex Micromax. Here's how we'll line them up. Jeremy Fletcher. Jeremy, quick time and qualifying also. Jeremy picking up the win in the pre-final. He'll be in the number 22. Outside row one. What a weekend here going for Nikita Johnson. In the 5, he'll start second. Anderson Leonard, the 8, starts third. Javier DeCardenas will start fourth in the 54. Starting fifth, the 133 of Granger Pereira. Starting sixth, the 121 of Jade Hubert. Starting seventh, Evan Handberg in the 114. Lindro Martins in the 18, starting eighth. Ninth will be the 88 of Wilson Martins Jr. Starting 10th, the 65, Rafael Grunzel. Starting 11th, the 77 of Tristan Davila. Starting 12th will be the 99 of Lawson Pohill. Alex Jakey in the number 9, starting 13th. 14th will be the 24 of Monty Cherry. Starting 15th, the number 19 of Dean Dibdahl. And starting 16th, the 1 of Finn Wedlake as they're ready to go. 12 laps, Micromax. Fletcher looking for 2 in a row. Picked up the win in September. Jeremy going to look up. He'll take the green. Boy, little shift move there by the 54. Now the Cardinals will see if that'll work out for Javier as he works through the chicane. The Cardinals started outside of row number 2, trying to get a little advantage. We'll check them out as they come into the tree turn. But it looks like it's an instant replay. Jeremy Fletcher going to lead him off that tree turn. So the Cardinals was not able to gain any ground with that little crisscross move when that green flag dropped. So the Cardinals right now, right where we started, running fourth down the front stretch. Meantime, the 8 will pick up a position. That's Anderson Leonard, works around Nikita Johnson. Nikita currently running third as they exit the chicane. Started in that second spot, but a great Saturday for Nikita Johnson. Nikita had a 7th place finish back in September. Anderson Leonard right now moves up into that 3rd place position. Anderson got himself a podium finish last month, finished second. Oh, no big surprise. It was behind that number 22, Jeremy Fletcher. Fletcher picked up the win. Leonard finishing second. Evan Handberg had a very good start in September. Evan got himself on the podium. Right now, Evan's sitting back in 7th with plenty of time to go. Just underway, your Rotex Micromax, 12 laps. Again, second on back, nothing but a freight train of traffic. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. And they are heavy nose to tail to the top part of the oval. All running down the 22. Tony Kart driver, Team Fallon Racing, Jeremy Fletcher with a 1.8 second advantage through turn 1. Fletcher turned to 35.025 here. Right now, Fletcher with the quick cart as he'll work his way around. Anderson Leonard running second. Good run going for Nikita Johnson third. Jade Hubert fourth. The Cardinals back to fifth. Handberg running sixth. Pereira seventh. Wilson Martins Jr. running eighth. Quenzel running ninth. Alex Jakey continued to gain some ground. He'll move up into the top 10. So Alex picked up 3 spots here early on with 4 laps in. Davila running 11th, Pohill 12th, Monty Cherry 13th, Martins 14th, Dean Dibnall 15th, and Wedlake running in the 16th position. All drivers currently on the lead lap. Nikita Johnson turned into 34.997 here in the Fourth lap for Nikita Johnson. Great run. Got to be very impressed with Nikita Johnson. Not only did he turn quick laps, got himself into that second place position for Nikita. Jade Hubert now got to do bid for a position. She'll slide up into that third spot. So going back and forth, Jade Hubert muscling her way around the 8 machine. Going back and forth, gets it right back for her. And Jade making her first start here in the Fall-Winter Series on the Micromax side. Right now in the top 3 for Jade Hubert coming off that tree turn. Nikita Johnson right now being scored second. As said, coming home 7th in the first weekend. And so exciting to watch these kids as they pick up the halfway point this time by. So here they are at the halfway point. Fletcher, your one and only leader. Right now with a 1.8 second advantage over Nikita Johnson running second. Jade Hubert third. Anderson Leonard running fourth. DeCarnis running fifth. Enberg running sixth. Pereira running 7th. Wilson Martins Jr. running 8th. Alex Jakey running 9th. Poolhill running 10th. Grunzel running 11th. Leandro Martins running 12th. Tristan Avila running 13th. Wedlake running 14th. Monty Cherry running in the 15th position. Dean Dibdall now running in the 16th position. Overall quick time going to the 22, Jeremy Fletcher. Fletcher with a 34.746. So Jeremy looking for 2 in a row. All drivers on the lead lap except the 19 of Dean Dibdall. So 8 laps complete, 4 to go. Fletcher now with a 2.7 second advantage over Nikita Johnson. Again, Nikita looking for his best finish here early on in the Fall-Winter Series. And then Jade Hubert. Jade making her first start in the Fall-Winter Series and really setting in a little impression here right now for Jade Hubert. And move over sign going to come out for the 24. That'll be Monty Cherry. He's got the leader closing up on him in turn 1. So Jeremy Fletcher, quick time in qualifying this morning. Picked up the victory in the pre-final. See if he can coast it home again. Did it last month. We'll see if he can make it a perfect afternoon. Still a little ways to go. We'll be completing lap number 10 this time by. Jeremy will get 2 to go next time he comes by. There it is, Fletcher on the Tony kart with 2 to go. There's Nikita and Jade Hubert running in that third position. Tell you, Anderson Leonard not going to lay down. Anderson going to keep the heat on Jade Hubert. That battle for that final spot on the podium between Anderson Leonard and Jade Hubert. Alex Jakey holding on to that 9th position. And so Fletcher will pick up the white flag. He'll enter turn number 1 with a 3.2 second advantage. Nikita Johnson hanging on the second. Pretty comfortable right there. Then it's that final spot for the podium. Hubert and Leonard continue to do battle for third. See how that one shakes down. In the meantime, Fletcher takes his Tony kart right around. Championship driver Jeremy Fletcher. And really neat to watch these drivers, all of them coming up through kid karts and watching them do battle as Jeremy will come down the front stretch, checker ways. Fletcher picks up the win, no problem for Jeremy. He goes wire to wire. Anderson Leonard ended up coming home in that second spot as he muscles way in there. Jade Hubert will be coming home third. Boy, tough break. Nikita Johnson still gets his best finish of the year. Comes home fourth. The Cardinals fifth. Handberg sixth. Granger Pereira 7th, Wilson Martins Jr. 8th, Lawson Polehill, we'll correct that, Jakey 9th, Polehill 10th, Leandro Martins 11th, Rafael Grunzel 12th, Davila 13th, Wedlake 14th, Monticello 15th, Dean Dibdall will be in that 16th position. Wedlake, Cherry, and Dibdall all down one lap. So Jeremy Fletcher, that's 2 in a row for Jeremy. Need local option drivers. We need you to the grid. You're on the grid. Local option junior, senior drivers, you're on grid. Shifters, you're pre-grid. Once again, this reminder, please be sure to return your transponders as you conclude your racing for the day. And we ask you, please, extremely important, to return your transponder, again, before you do leave the track. So Masters driver, and we'll correct that, senior driver Bobby Ross. That'll be Rock Senior. Ross in the 324. Rotex Masters, Danny Robertson in the 09. Jason Nelson in the 4. Daniel Gray in the 616. Pete Fritchie in the 608. Richard Lowe in the 91. Tag Masters, Jeff Schmidt in the 96. Craig Blair in the 47. Miguel Grunzel in the 403. 16 laps, your Masters. Brian likes what he sees. He lets him go. They'll bottleneck him up into turn number 1. Everybody come off as they head through the chicane. Again, local option. Junior, senior drivers, we need you on the grid. Shifters, your pre-grid. Again, please be sure to return your transponders as you do conclude your day here at the Ocala Grand Prix. Also, those top 3 finishers, once we do clear all classes, we will have podium awards next to the tech area. So Jason Nelson brings Pete Fritchie right with him, top 2 now in the Rotex Masters. So flipping around now for your Rotex Masters, Nelson, Fritchie, Robertson, and Gray. Then you got Richard Lowe, your top 5 on the Rotex Masters. Right now it is Miguel Grunzel on the Tag Master side, but you have a freight train of traffic blowing through the top part of that oval. So got a ways to go, 16 laps. The local option, junior, senior drivers, you are now on grid. Shifters, your pre-grid. Again, Bobby Ross, 30.654 for Bobby Ross. He is just flying in that Rock Senior cart. Getting some very good seat time. Bobby Ross, 30.607. He just did it here in lap number 3. Again, Bobby, your overall leader. Rotex Masters, it's Nelson, your leader. Fritchie running second. Danny Robertson running third. Daniel Gray and Richard Lowe on the Tag Masters side. Miguel Grunzel, your leader on the Tag Masters. Jeff Schmidt, Craig Blair. There's Bobby Ross cruising right along down into turn number 1. Jason Nelson, again now going to flip-flop for that second spot. Danny Robertson gets around Pete Fritchie, so Pete back to third. Danny Robertson now running second. Again, Bobby Ross, all 4 laps has increased his speed. He just rolls a 30.352. And he is dipping down now to that 29-second bracket. Boy, he is flying. So Bobby Ross, Rock Senior driver. Again, heavy traffic, Rotex Masters. Now you got your Tag Masters driver, Miguel Grunzel, mixing it right up in there. Boy, Grunzel continued to pick up the pace. He's your Tag Masters leader. There's Bobby Ross going to come down that front stretch. He'll complete lap number 6 this time by. Then you got that freight train of traffic, mix of Rotex Masters, Tag Masters driver, mostly Rotex Masters drivers in there. Jason Nelson now going to be your leader. So it's Jason Nelson on the Rotex Masters side. Danny Robertson second, Fritchie and Daniel Gray and Richard Lowe. Again, those are your top 5 Rotex Masters. Tag Masters, it's Miguel Grunzel, your leader. Schmidt second, Craig Blair running third. Bobby Ross across the line, Rock Sr. He'll complete lap number 7. Again, Bobby Ross in that 32nd bracket. Now you got 2 drivers getting together on the entry to the top of the oval. One down in the grass area. They'll keep them going forward. Got to believe that'll be Richard Lowe and Jeff Schmidt. The Tag Master driver, Schmidt, Richard Lowe, Rotex Masters driver. So Bobby Ross moving right along. He'll work his way off of turn number 1. Miguel Grunzel, Tag Masters. Boy, he is really putting together a good run. There's Miguel. He'll cross the line. Tell you how quick Bobby Ross is. Miguel Grunzel currently 12 seconds behind Bobby Ross. Wow. So he is really moving along, and obviously got to be fair, 2 separate classes. Grunzel and the Tag Masters, and Rock Senior driver Bobby Ross. Those carts a little bit quicker, but right now 9 laps in for Bobby Ross. A great young kid, boy, loves to talk racing. And he's cruising right along. Bobby Ross, 9 complete for the Rock Senior driver. I know, talking to Bobby this morning at the drivers meeting, he said, boy, I wish we had some more drivers from Rock Senior, but he'll be back next month. A lot of those drivers will be back with us as they do return from Italy next month. We got a handful of Rock Senior drivers that are usually with us here at the Ocala Grand Prix, our local series. But right now, Bobby getting some very good seat time. He'll complete lap number 10 this time by. So Bobby Ross, Rock Senior leader on the Tag Masters. Miguel Grunzel, your leader. Jeff Schmidt is running in that 2nd position. Rotex Masters has been a flip-flop for that top spot. Right now it's Danny Robertson hanging on to the top position. Jason Nelson 2nd, Daniel Gray 3rd, Pete Fritchie 4th, Richard Lowe 5th on the Rotex Masters with 11 laps complete this time by. Local option, junior, senior drivers, we need you to the grid. You're up next. Shifters, your pre-grid. Once again, please be sure to return your transponders. Again, we ask you please return your transponders as you do conclude your racing for the day. So Bobby Ross cycling his way around. He'll complete lap number 13 this time by. There's Bobby down the front stretch. He'll come to the timing and scoring loop. He'll complete lap number 13 for Bobby Ross. Again, Danny Robertson hanging into that top position on your Rotex Masters. Jason Nelson 2nd, Daniel Gray 3rd, Fritchie and Lowe. Tag Masters leader, Miguel Grunzel. Local option, junior, senior drivers, you're on the grid. We'll need shifters, your pre-grid as we're on the winding down the last couple laps here on the master side. So Bobby Ross getting his final 2 to go, as does Miguel Grunzel. Here comes your Rotex Masters. Daniel Gray continue to keep working on Danny Robertson for that top spot on your Rotex Masters. They're separated not even about 0.4 of a second. So we'll see how that one shakes out. Rotex Masters. White flag up as Bobby Ross will make his way around. So Bobby Ross will pick up the win as he scores the win on your Rock Senior. Great weekend though, great seat time for Bobby Ross. So here comes Miguel Grunzel. He'll score the win. That'll be your Tag Masters winner. So Miguel Grunzel picks up the win on the Tag Masters. Rotex Masters win. That'll go to Danny Robertson. Daniel Gray coming home second. Jason Nelson third, Pete Fritchie fourth, and Richard Lowe going to pick up that fifth spot on the Rotex Masters. So local option, junior, senior drivers. Your senior drivers will be the first group up. It'll be Rafael Leon in the number 23. Outside of him, Nick Hill in the number 6. Nick picking up the win back in September. In row number 2, the 9, that'll be Jim Fry. Michael Grunzel in the number 4. Starting 5th, the 11X, that'll be Frank Thrift. Mike Sarachman in the 72, going to start 6th. John Fuchs will start 7th in the 41. Ryan Cherry in the number 8 will start 8th. Mark Lozano will start in the 9th position in the number 11. On the junior side, that'll be your second pack of karts. Jimmy Jackson on the pole in the 46. Hunter Fox in the number 3. Ryan Rogers in the number 12. Again, your senior drivers up front. Nick Hill picking up the win last month. Hunter Fox, your winner back in September on the junior side. 16 lap shifters, you're next. Good looking field, local option senior drivers. A lot of experience here as they'll approach the start finish line. And Brian going to show them green. There's your senior drivers. They'll take off into turn 1. Junior drivers. Jackson and Fox. Row number 1. They'll pick up the green. Yeah, we'll see Jimmy Jackson on that low side. We'll see if he's got enough momentum to carry him into that turn number 1. He's going to go side by side, and Jackson will come through the chicane as your leader. So Rafael Leon up front picked up the win in that pre-final. Rolled out quick time this morning with a 35.671. Things are going to heat up now for that second spot. Nick Hill going to be challenged by Jim Fry as they work down into turn number 1. Hill currently locked into that second spot. Jim going to work the back end of him through the chicane as they'll exit off the chicane second and third. Hill and Fry. And Rafael Leon has been the man. Rafael really turning things around. Struggled, believe it or not, back in September. You wouldn't think of watching what he's done here today, scoring quick time and qualifying. Picked up the win in the pre-final. Raphael coming home 8th back in September, so things are really turned around for the 23. Looking for his first podium here in the Fall-Winter Series. And Nick Hill, current points leader. Couple drivers not in the field this weekend. Corey Tolles, Hunter Folsom. Oh, the 11X is being driven by Frank Thrift in the 11X. That's the same kart that Hunter Folsom took the 3rd last month. So that kart can get the job done. Frank Thrift running in the 11X. So there's Leon across the line. Nick Hill running 2nd. Fry running 3rd. Grunzel running 4th. Frank Thrift in the top 5. Sirotman running 6th. Fuchs running 7th. Ryan Cherry running 8th. Lazan running 9th. On the junior side, still a side-by-side battle into turn number 1. With Jackson holding on to the top spot, so him and Hunter Fox flip-flopping back and forth for the top position in the junior class. Overall quick time going to that 2nd place card on the senior side of Nick Hill. Nick with a 35.786 for Nick Hill. They'll cross the line for the 4th time. So Jimmy Jackson, Hunter Fox duking it out as they come off the top part of the oval. Down the front stretch to the timing and scoring loop led by Jimmy Jackson in that 46. So Jimmy continued to hang on to that top position. Meantime, Nick Hill turns quick lap time, 35.707, senior driver. Nick Hill currently 0.4 of a second behind your leader. 16 laps, so we got plenty of time. As they come down the front stretch, they'll complete lap number 5. So 5 laps complete. Nick Hill in pursuit. Rafael Leon in the number 23. Nick Hill in the number 6. Jim Fry in the 9. That's your top 3. So Hill really keeping his eyes right there on Rafael as they come off the top part of that oval. Again, Nick knows he's got the quicker kart and really sizes things up on the entry to turn number 1. Stays a kart length behind your leader on the entry of the chicane. They'll keep that distance through the chicane. Off the chicane, separated by a kart length. Again, Nick Hill in the 6. Leon into 23. They'll make their way into the tree turn, which was about a kart length separate them through the chicane. Is now a bumper-to-bumper battle off the tree turn. Nick Hill staying right there. He looks to the inside, kind of backs out of it at the top of the oval, kind of peeking to the inside. You know he's got the quicker kart. We'll see if he'll shift it over. Nope, he stays in the tire tracks of your race leader on the entry to that chicane. The 8 of Ryan Cherry, mechanical problems going to take him in behind the pits. So he'll take it in. Ryan Cherry day is done. So right now you got a 2-kart battle up front for your senior side, 2-kart battle for the junior side. Rafael Leon, your leader on the senior side, and right there is trying to run him down is Nick Hill. Jimmy Jackson, Jimmy Jackson and Hunter Fox continue to do battle with Fox up front on the junior side. So Hunter Fox, your leader on the junior side. Those drivers off the top part of the oval. They'll complete lap number 8 this time by. Not such good news for Nick Hill. We're just getting there as Rafael Leon just turns a 35.511. So your leader now quicker than that 2nd place car to Nick Hill. So Nick not wanting to know that, but Rafael turning a 35.511. Still not enough to get away from Nick Hill. Talk about a couple of crafty drivers. Nick Hill in the 6, Rafael in the number 23. And Hunter Fox, your junior driver, right now up front, Jimmy Jackson right there hunting him down. They'll come off the top of the oval. They'll complete 9 laps for your junior drivers. Again, Jimmy Jackson going to run the tire tracks of your leader, Hunter Fox, to turn number 1. So good little battle for the lead. You got the senior drivers, 2-kart battle, and a 2-kart battle for the top position on the junior side. Man, you go back and look at Michael Grunzel holding on the 3rd for that final podium position. May not get away with it. Jim Fry he might have something else to say as he's all over the bumper of Grunzel on the entry to turn number 1. That little spot for the 3rd position on the podium. Meantime, Jimmy Jackson now going to take a shot at the lead, and he'll get it away from Hunter Fox. So Hunter Fox again giving it up now to Jimmy Jackson. That is your junior swap for the top position. In the meantime, things are really heating it up now for the top position on the senior side. 11 laps complete. Rafael Leon, your leader, going to tote him into turn number 1. Boy, Nick Hill, you see Nick kind of running a little bit closer to that curbing into turn number 1. Couple of very experienced drivers as they'll come now on the entry to the tree turn. Going to see slower traffic ahead of them. See if that'll affect them off the tree turn. Yeah, that is the number 12, Ryan Rogers, junior driver. At the top part of the oval, here they come down the front stretch. How will they play it out? Again, he'll give him plenty of room. Nice move there for Rogers. Realizing he's got the lead carts coming up on him, gives them both plenty of space to let him clear him through the chicane. Yeah, good little race there for that 3rd spot on the senior side. Michael Grunzel trying to hang in there with Jim Fry for that 3rd spot. Yeah, there's Hunter Fox again, now going to go to the inside of Jimmy Jackson, probably for the 100th time. They go back and forth for the lead. Again, junior driver now. Fox, your leader. Jackson back to 2nd. Senior driver again, Rafael Leon holding on to the top position. 13 laps complete this time by. Now looking to the inside is Nick Hill, going to have the door shut on him through the chicane. Telling you, Nick Hill knows this track very, very well. Coming off a win last month. Got a lot of laps here. Nick Hill, his best lap time, 35.574. Your leader, 35.511. Tad quicker for your race leader. Rafael Leon continue to hang on to the top spot. And they'll complete 14 laps. 2 to go this time by. So right now, focusing in on 3 good battles. The battle for the lead in the senior side. Battle for the 3rd spot and the final spot on the podium between Grunzel and Fry. There's those 2 drivers going into turn 1. Then you got your junior battle up front. Hunter Fox. Right now, leader over Jimmy Jackson as they dive down into turn number 1. Again, Rafael going to get hung up on slower traffic. Now we'll see Nick Hill be able to go to the inside. Cannot clear him. Here they come down the front stretch. Side by side down into turn number 1. Final lap. Nick Hill going to stay on it. Still goes to the inside. And he cannot get around him. So holding on to the top spot, Rafael Leon. Good little battle there. Got to think that Nick Hill may have had an opportunity with lap traffic. Could not get around him as they work into the tree turn. So here they come off the tree turn. Again, Leon holding on to the top position. Nick Hill, can he make it 2 in a row? He goes to the inside. They're side by side for the win. Here they go off the track. Into the barriers hard is Leon. He'll drop off the track in the meantime. Picking up the win unofficially will go to Nick Hill. They came off side by side off the top of the oval. Leon into the barriers and could do nothing but watch traffic come by. So unofficially, Nick Hill will pick up the win. Grunzel 2nd. On the junior side, unofficially, Hunter Fox picks up the win. Jimmy Jackson will come home 2nd. Gotta believe it just may have been a racing incident, but you see it is a checker and a black flag. Again, is going to the inside. Nick Hill took advantage of slower traffic, got to the inside, and they rubbed a little bit and made a little contact, and we'll see how they play it out. But a very exciting finish as they come down to that final turn, and Leon hard into the barriers. So Shifter's up next. But really, 3 great battles, and again, unofficially, for that 3rd spot, again, and it looks like senior driver Mike Sarachman unofficially is 3rd on that senior side. But again, we'll let officials all sort it out, but it is unofficial results. But again, on the junior side, Hunter Fox, Jimmy Jackson, and Ryan Rogers unofficially on the junior side. So shifters coming up next. Once again, this reminder, please be sure to return your transponders. As you do, conclude your racing for the day. Final group, 16 laps, your shifters. Mayo Livingston in the 537, Rock Senior driver. Michael DiCusada. Michael in the 524. In row number 2, Stock Moto driver Farshed Bagari in the 605. Junior driver Michael Stevens in the 41F. Stock Moto driver Jim Lewis in the 24 and CJ Dickerson in the number 10. Again, we'll be right back here second Saturday, November for race weekend number 3. Looking forward to that as we work our way through our fall-winter series. Livingston the 537, DiCusada in the 24. Farshed Bagari in the 605, Stevens in the 41. Green is out, we're underway. Boy, Michael DiCusada gets off to a very nice start. Yeah, that's very important coming off that line and working those paddles. Boy, Michael comes off very strong. Mayo Livingston, again, has been outstanding here this weekend. So Jim Lewis not out there, nor is CJ Dickerson. Once again, please be sure to return your transponder as you do wrap up your racing for the day. Again, I want to thank all of our officials here at the Ocala Grand Prix and Charlie, race director, everybody in tech, timing and scoring, of course, down there in Scales office. I want to thank all of our corner workers and do an outstanding job as we work our way here into the Fall-Winter Series race weekend number 2. So it looks like mechanical problem. Looks like that's the 524 of Michael Di Cusada. Again, looks like he's taking it in behind the wall. We'll check in on Michael. In the meantime, Mayo Livingston moving his way around. Again, Michael Stevens, Spring Hill driver. Again, junior driver. And Michael really working that cart well and knows how to work that paddle, hitting them marks. And again, Michael hasn't been doing it that long. Just started racing with the shifter cart earlier this year. I know he really, really loves it. Great Formula One fan, knows it inside out. Good open wheel knowledge about open wheel racing. And nice young man. And he's really working that junior cart. Working on Farshed Begary. Farshed with a lot of experience on the shifter side. You may kind of pay attention with Farshed getting you around the track. Stock moto driver, Farshed Begary. Mayo Livingston, lap number 4, 29.744. Again, don't forget, if you have a top 3 finish, we'll have our podium awards. We'll hand out our medals next to the tech shed once all classes have cleared. So we'll try to get you out as fast as possible. Get you on the road here on this Saturday afternoon. Mayo Livingston. And Mayo been racing for a long time. Watch this kid grow up, and great father, and really enjoys being at the track. Mayo Livingston cruising right along. It's almost hard to believe watching him in a shifter cart and watched him race for many a years and just wheeling that shifter all the way around. Great little driver, Mayo Livingston. 29.699. He is definitely moving. There's Mayo off the top part of the oval down the front stretch. And he'll complete lap number 7 this time by Michael Stevens. Best lap time for him, 30.879. Pretty quick. It's a pretty quick lap time. Farshed Begary, 31.100. So you look at that junior driver. Michael Stevens just a tad quicker than Farshed Begary. So 8 laps in, 8 to go. Halfway point for your shifters. And lap number 8, Livingston, 29.684 for Mayo Livingston. Oh, let's correct that now. Lap number 9, 29.602. 29.602 for Mayo. He may get to that 28-second bracket yet here with 9 laps in. He's continuing to get quicker. So Mayo will work his way off the top of the oval. He puts 10 laps in the books, turns a 29.556. 29.556 for Mayo. Obviously out there in clear space, and he keeps it rolling. There's Michael Stevens. His best lap time so far, 30.604. 30.604. So 11 laps in. There's Michael Stevens. He'll complete lap number 11 this time by. Boy, Farshed Big Gary did not up the speed as he was earlier. There's Farshed coming down the front stretch. Yeah, you look at Farshed Big Gary last time by 33.242. He had a best lap time of 31.100. So that kart obviously not up to snuff where he had it earlier. As he watches Mayo come by. And Mayo across the line for the 13th time. Yeah, you can tell that 605 not up to par at all. 36.400 now for Farshed Big Harry. He's definitely going backwards. And you'd like to leave the track on a high note, but not going too well for Farshed Big Harry. 36.400 last time by, so that car definitely struggling for Farshed. And we got 2 to go for Mayo. There's Mayo off into turn number 1. Here comes Michael Stevens. Michael picks up 2 to go this time by. Damn, Michael Stevens, 30.564, his best lap time. Pretty good time for that young man, Michael Stevens, 30.564. So Livingston will get the white cycled around one more time. So a checker flag in the air, and Mayo Livingston gets some very good seat time here this afternoon. And he'll cross the line, and he'll pick up the Rock Senior side. Farshed Big Harry, your stock moto, and Michael Stevens, Rock Jr. That'll wrap it up here this afternoon. Once again, those drivers, top 3 finishes. Again, we will call you up to the podium, and we'll get your medals for you if you have a top 3 finish. So again, we will get a hold of you and have you come up to the podium once all classes have cleared. Again, we want to wish you a safe trip. Don't forget, right here next month, second Saturday in November, we'll be right back here at the Ocala Grand Prix for race weekend number 3. Again, on behalf of the entire staff here, I'm Tony Monica, wishing you a great, great weekend, and I'm looking forward to seeing you right here at the Ocala Grand Prix coming up on the second Saturday of November. Have a great weekend, everybody.